Shattered Monster stuff. Plus, I took a day off in the middle of all that, and my internet imploded. But, time to get back to Longdeath. The longest death. Got Long Night Head. You like the color palette that Long Night has? It's a bit too dark for me. It's hard to differentiate the colors. What race did I get stuck with? In Long Night? I've never played Long Night on stream. Hey, wave depletion. Why didn't you tell me you had a fucking Euro rack? That shit's badass. The hell? You like it? To me, it's too dim. I need a brighter color palette. All right, so for those of you uninitiated on Longdeath, we're gonna kind of do a little overview. First off, we shall read out all of the named dwarves, and if you'd like me to check in with your dwarf, let me know. All right. Stone the Third, Lord Floof, Jellybutt, who's still the insane dwarf in prison. Bilug, Gate Nerd, Cheers, Jamie, Hot Cup of Tea, Lump, Eric Shadowblade, Astro Banjos, Eripterus, who's the only original 7 dwarfs left. Squug, Hobo, Voozle, Wave Thrash, Suey, Dragonman, Pablo, Pink Fluffy, Goats, Jackie, Jack Nurek the Third, Sparkly 4K, Brander Buddy, Mika Well, Apostle II, Naxaras, Spitalier, Cryo, Sweet Sparkle Farts, Polking King, Trash Battery, Focal Fury, Narvicious, Slipple, Scrumpet, Aegis, Sethatos, the Gem Cutter, who made a perfect gem very recently, which was awesome. Horny, Coldfire, Eternal, Petra, and Euthris. I didn't read a Gate Nerd. Oh, no, I did. Militia Captain. Gate Nerd has killed 2 buzzards. Feels euphoric due to inebriation, but was annoyed after being caught in the rain, lonely after being away from friends, but was excited after remembering performing, and felt satisfied after learning about weaving. Is a dabbling axe dwarf, but a legendary observer, fighter, grandmaster in discipline, and a dabbling archerer. Still worships the deity, the fuchsia, that most often takes the form of a dwarf associated with persuasion and speech. Belug, who's still alive as well. Find you. There you is. You're a scribe, so you're copying all of our books. I want to say you were a little bit depressed for a bit there, but you've kind of come to. You've killed 3 Kia in Longdeath. Yeah, you don't really feel much these days, which is a little bit sad because, you know, being a dwarf that doesn't feel many things, especially after drinking alcohol, you're still doing all right. I mean, seeing a bunch of buzzards' dead bodies has really done a number on your mental state, but you're always interested remembering your fine container and watching performances, so that's really keeping you sane. As I said, you've killed 3 Kia, and you worship the deity of Earth, of our civilization. Who's your dwarf related to again? We can check in. Brander Buddy, who's up here. Stonecrafter. Your mother and father are Eripterus and Euthris, although Euthris is your stepfather, if I'm not mistaken. Euthris married into the family about 20 years after your biological father passed away. Zapdos, if I recall correctly. You have a number of siblings, some of which are dead, some of which are still alive, like Suey and Dragonman, as well as some nieces and nephews in the fortress. You worship 2 deities and are 18 years old. Yeah, so you were born shortly before your father passed away. Lump, you're also still alive. Lump doing? Lump is my other militia captain. Has killed 4 buzzards, 1 Kia, 2 gray langurs, and 1 buzzard. And is quite a happy dwarf. Blissful remembering their fantastic dining room, and was enraptured after, and was exasperated after being caught in the rain. Fondness after making friends. Cappy Lump also has a lover who unfortunately passed away. He was Mistum. Gushgesh Feb, who was the outpost liaison of the fortress. And I mean, a PlayStation is basically a rock for a dwarf, right? But yeah, unfortunately, their lover passed away. But Lump also has an apprentice who's Max. Many friends and kindred spirits. You didn't hear your name? Uh-oh. I mean, that's not a good thing. I don't think you were in this fort, or if you were, you passed away. I could check if you died. I can't fully remember. I'm starting to have a hard time keeping up with things that have happened in this fort, but I can check the coffins right quick. I know Bastet died of old age recently. I've actually had a few dwarves die of old age recently. Like Pispan died of old age. I don't think you had one in this one, Warm Shadow. I think so. You'd be in one of these coffins if you died recently. We'll have to get you dwarfed at some point.
Crypt point, crypt point, crypt point, crypt point, crypt, cheer 5, 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 crypt point, crypt,
thank you,
cheer 5, crypt
Animal, for the dollar.
Cheer 5, crypt point, crypt, cheer 5, crypt
Cheers,
point,
man.
crypt, cheer 5, crypt point, 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 crypt, cheer 5, crypt point.
Now that that's over, thank you, Animal, for the 100 bits. Thank you much for the dollar. So we have this nice little maze that we've been working on. It's slowly expanding. I've got various fun things that I'm putting in here. I've kind of decided what I'm actually doing with this fortress. So what I'm actually doing with this fortress is I'm making a fortress that, in my mind, is worth visiting. Those bones are a bit hypnotic. What, like the way they spin? Cooler did a really good job animating the rotating bone. I really like it. So I want to make a fortress that is worth visiting, is kind of my goal for this world. And what I mean when I say a fortress that's worth visiting is some migrants have arrived. I really hope that I actually saved the population cap. Otherwise, things are about to get awkward. Let me just make sure that I did. Yeah, I saved the population cap. How many doors do we have? Okay, I think we're gonna get 2 migrants. Or like 3. But we're about to get some new dwarves. So there's that. So Warm Shadow, we can get you dwarfed. Looks like it's 3 new dwarves? Yep, 3 new dwarves. Okay. Let's read about these new dwarves. New additions to Longdeath, and then I'll get back to what I was talking about earlier.
In other fun news, a metro in the Netherlands got saved by an art piece that is a big whale tail made of some stuff. The metro train rammed itself off the stop at the end of track and one cart ended between the station and on the art piece.
I missed all of that, but thanks for the dollar, Animal. So Warm Shadow. Bootstrap. Boot rasp, actually, but I read that as bootstrap. I was near a bridge, and it is interesting. Feels interested near a completely sublime bridge. Another fun news, and the Metro of Netherlands got saved by an art piece of a whale tail made some stuff. Metro train rammed itself into the stop at the end of the track, and wait, what? Huh. That's crazy, Animal. Thanks for the $2. Cheers, man. I hope school's been going well, Animal. Seriously. I can check in with your dwarf in a minute, too. It's 55 years old and born on the 10th of Moonstone in the year 34. Very long hair that is braided, a nose bridge that's somewhat concave, and ears that are somewhat broad. Her head is somewhat short and her hair is a crew. Her skin is sandy taupe and her eyes are cobalt. Her eyes are slightly close set. Derailed Dutch metro train saved from disaster by whale-shaped tail. Wow. That's actually kind of terrifying. That's genuinely terrifying. Wow. Only kind of? Yeah, kind of genuinely fucking terrifying. Speaking of genuinely fucking terrifying, Warm Shadow is quite quick to heal and weak. Likes bismuth, amber, opal, the color rose taupe, figurines, and ballista parts, and black bear men for their strength, and the words of the amethyst walls, and the sound of the prim petal, and the sight of the fuchsia velvet, and when possible prefers to consume giant buzzard, thornback, and ray whipvine. You know what we should start doing? I should start making ballista arrows, and we should make a ballista firing range for the fun of it. I think that's something we should do. Personally, does not respect the law and presents herself modestly. Frowns on any flashy accoutrements and tends to avoid crowds. She does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. And she is brave in the face of imminent danger. But before we do anything else, I'm just going to stick you in the Eternal Guard due to the brave in the face of imminent danger. She tends to make a small mess with her own possessions and doesn't seek out excitement. She generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and often feels discouraged. Dreams of mastering a skill and tends to not reveal personal information. Finds helping others emotionally rewarding and gnaws her cheek when she's excited. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. So that's Warm Shadow. I do have 2 new dwarves to name alongside of Warm Shadow. So if you would like a dwarf and you do not currently have a dwarf in this fortress, I'm thinking of a number between 1 and 20. Pick a number between 1 and 20. So the number that I was thinking of was 16. The first person we're bringing in is Pilot. Although before I do anything, I'm just going to pop over to Warm Shadow and just, before I forget your preferences. We can leave you on all this stuff, but I'm going to give you Siege, Operating, and Engineering because I think that we're going to start making arrowheads. Pilot, you had a dwarf in this fort before, right? So that would be Pilot 2? Or would this be Pilot 3? I mean, it doesn't matter. If they want to, like, put themselves out of it. I mean, technically, if I said 20, that would be closer to 20 than 19, but I would just default that to 20. 2? Okay, we'll go with Pilot 2. Or, you know what we could do? We could just go with...
Why do dogs never play golf?
Guy. Because they have no hands? Or because they just go fetch the balls? I don't know. Why do dogs never play golf? Chat, why don't dogs play golf?
They always end up in the rough.
They always end up in the woof, you mean? We'll just... I think that we should just name this one guy to... change things a little bit. I like it, Animal. Thanks for the 100 bits. He's a faithful worshiper of English the Embraced Roses. Who's that? Most often takes the form of male dwarf and is associated with lust. So you worship the deity of lust. She has the appearance of somebody who's 124 years old and is one of the first of her kind. She personally doesn't care about art one way or another and doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important. Likes diorite, lay pewter, and honey, yellow beryl, alpaca wool, and the color emerald, cabochons and warhammers, and llamas for their long necks, musk oxen for their strength, and the words of the key of orange. I think we'll just leave you as a weaponsmith, and for crafts, we'll give you stone crafting. She is impervious to the effects of stress, and she is joining the military. We'll give you the bear fighters. Impervious to the effects of stress, easily falls into love and develops positive feelings. She is quite polite and generally acts impartially, rarely moved to mercy, and doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, isn't particularly interested in what others think of her. And she doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing her mind. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. And the last dwarf, I'm thinking of a number between 1 and 10. If you'd like the final dwarf in the fort. An animal, thank you very much for the $4. Cheers, man.
You're welcome.
$5. Cheers, animal. And thanks for only, like, really spamming the text-to-speech once. So the number I was thinking of was 2. So, holy folks. You worship Ashen, a female dwarf most often associated with Earth. Do you worship the god of Earth?
You know what? Make that 10.
$10. Thanks, animal. Cheers. 2. I snapped too late indeed. She is 50 years old, born on the 6th of Granite in the year 39. Although, Thugless Adams, if you ask me nicely and remind me and bug me about it, I might name a table after you. I've done that for a few people. Her quite dense eyebrows are incredibly high, and she has close-set cobalt eyes that are with very large irises, very slow to tire, and likes pudding stone, lay pewter, and fire ogate. Good sense of empathy and dreams of creating a great work of art. Does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. Tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. Finds helping others emotionally rewarding and is not particularly interested in what others think of her. She tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others, and her hands begin moving when she becomes exasperated and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. She is 50 years old, born on the 6th of Granite in the year 39. So to anybody who's new to this fort, right before we got these migrants, this fortress is a long-term dwarf fort. Like, that's the whole goal, is to keep the fortress alive for a very, very long time. We are going for 1,000 years. Who knows if we'll actually make it that far. But the whole point of this fortress is long-term longevity and keeping everybody happy without, making everybody dead. Currently, we are on year 89 of this world. We began on year 5, which puts us at 84 years into the fortress. All of this is real time, so I'm not, just sitting and letting time pass or anything. Everything that I'm doing in this fort is legitimately traded for. I'm not duping anything or cheating in any way. It's just trying to keep the excess down and trying to keep things as legitimate as possible. The actual fort itself is a gargantuan pit in the ground. Up above the pit, there is a big old tower, which is filled with beehives, which occasionally we use to make mead. Have I started planning the centennial celebration? You mean the 100 years of the fort? How do I adjust the population cap for the fort? I don't know how you do it with like Lazy Noob Pack, but you do it in your install of Dwarf Fortress. You go to data and then init, and then you go to dinit, and you scroll down through dinit to right here where it says population cap, and just set your population cap to whatever you want, and that's how many migrants you can get. So we can get up to 48 dwarves via migrants, and the strict population cap is how many dwarves you can have with children. By default, this is 200 and 220, but I have it set to 48 and 51. If you have 50 dwarves and above, mega beasts can show up, so like dragons, titans, that sort of stuff. If you have more than 20 dwarves, were creatures and vampires can... Actually, I don't know about vampires, but were creatures can show up, and scouting parties and small attacks can happen. And if you have over 80, large sieges can happen. If you have 160, a king can show up. So that's kind of the numbers there and what you get for the numbers. The fort itself is a giant pit in the ground. We have a natural aqueduct made out of a stream that we just dug underneath. We have these walkways where trading caravans can come down to the lower levels and trade with us down on the lower part of the fortress. We've written many books. We have how many books do we have in the fort? Actually, I'm curious. That's the screen I'm looking for. 256 books, including copies. We wrote all of those ourselves and copied all of those ourselves. So, Sour, how's things? And then down beneath this, we have some basement suites for some of the bedrooms. The dwarven bedrooms that get really, really full, I give them these little basement suites with more storage for their clothing and tables and chairs. When a dwarf dies, all of their clothing gets emptied out, and we usually dispose of it or sell it. This is our big anything goes temple, and down beneath the temple, there is the maze, which is our current major project. But I've decided that I want to start training siege operators because I don't really mess with siege stuff much, and I think it would be fun to like make a catapult range. I don't know what we're gonna do for 100 years, but we need some sort of celebration. So I'm open to ideas. We obviously have some time before year 105, which is gonna be 100 years of the fortress. We obviously have some time, but if you have ideas, I'm open to taking some. Mint and trade coins. I mean, I have been minting coins. In the fortress, we have... if I go to my coins screen, I currently have quite a few coins. But the thing is, like, coins aren't the thing that I need to mint and trade. The thing that I need to mint and trade are crafts to get rid of boulders. But I do have quite a few coins. These are all the coins that we have. I try and mint one almost every year. Except for when I forget. Looks like we have them all the way up to 85. I forgot for a few years. Yeah. Made a bunch in the year 37. Should mint one coin. Also keep orders on so I see when stuff is canceling. But yeah, we need to get those boulders out of there. In this maze, we currently have 2 male Ettins that are ready to be released. The last battle that we had, which I'm working on it today in Dwarf Fortress 4, it's almost completely done. I just need to finish it up and put the polishes onto it. But seriously, Animal, thank you for all the bits earlier. Cheers, man. We have this corpse, which is a Cyclops that was murdered by the 2 Ettins. I'm very much hoping that we can get a female Ettin and make baby Ettins and breed Ettins, and then, I don't know, have like an army of Ettins. But we'll see where we go. But yeah, no, Animal, that means a lot, because like I know that money's tight with all of the schooling stuff, so thank you so much. Take care of yourself first, yeah? You made it 5 years before a dwarf went insane? All right, now imprison that dwarf and don't let any other dwarves go insane. Down beneath the maze, though, we also have this. This is an emergency bunker. It has enough mead and food and seeds in it to allow us to survive if bad thing happen. So if terrible thing happen up on the surface, we can hide in here. And I have it set up as a emergency hiding zone. And I've got some tables and chairs, and obviously, you know, we can burrow out underneath it and build a new fortress if shit goes bad. Yeah, so I think today what I'm going to do is I'm going to start planning a catapult range. I might try and put it on this level, kind of over in this corner. What do you guys think? Should I try and put the catapult range like beneath this level, or should we kind of go for the same level as here? Because I could totally put a catapult range like up in this corner here, and I think that could be a lot of fun to work on. And then I could like have like an area that the dwarves don't actually go into, but we throw boulders for the fun of it. And looks like one of my naturalists is hunting an emu, hopefully successfully. Hey, Goffer has things. Bamboozler!
Crypt Comfy.
Thanks for the almost a year, 11 months. God damn, dude. Time fucking flies, let me tell you. But if you're confused about anything or want to know what anything is in this fort or like what we're trying to do with the fort, just let me know. Currently, the dwarves, I think, are on an extended break. So there's very few jobs actually active, and it's just a lot of the dwarves relaxing. I think we'll let them relax until summer this year, and then we'll start them doing tasks again. Aegis is one of my favorite dwarves in this fort. Is unable to walk and has been unable to walk for, I don't know, about 30 years, maybe more. Refuses to use one of the many crutches in the fort and just crawls everywhere, but is a perfectly functional military dwarf and is a very happy dwarf, even though Aegis can't walk. He's just been crawling everywhere. It's still to survive 1,000 years is still a goal. Chat, can we get a big old round of beers for both the 1,000 bits from Animal as well as the resub from Bamboozler? Keeping me funded. Potion seller, I'm crawling into battle and I require your finest potions. Potion seller, I'm going into battle. What year are we on? 89! Which means we are on year 84 of Z Fortress. We have 14 years until the 100-year anniversary, which means 2, 3 streams. We'll hit it this week. We'll certainly hit 100 years this week. Once I kind of hit that 100-year mark, I think is kind of where things get cool. Also, something that I would like to note is Sethatos, who's our gem cutter, who is one of our more recent Dwarves of the Fortress, was born in year 1. He's 88 years old, was a migrant in, I think, the last stream we did of this fort. Is the, in real life, is the person who created Arch Crystal, which is kind of the fortress that we are trying to surpass for length, which lasted for 450 years and defeated Hell with a very, very, very long contraption consisting of traps, defensive systems, and dragons. And also built a glass tower from Hell to the top of the sky. So we are kind of trying to surpass that, but I'm being a lot more cautious in the early years. We'll get a little bit more ambitious as time goes on, but at least for current status, we're being a lot more cautious. How do you defeat Hell? You fight in Hell until no more demons show up. So you kill enough demons that they stop showing up. That's how you defeat Hell. To the point where you could build stuff down there safely and explore it. 84%. You mean I'm 8.4% of the way done. Although 84% of the way to 10% makes it sound a lot cooler. But something I need to check. You know, I have so much frickin' iron. I think if we make a siege range, I think we should do ballistas and catapults. What do you guys think? Ballistas and catapults? I think a combination of the two is kind of in order. Looking to see how much open space we still have down here. So I could very easily put the catapult range down here. But I kind of want the maze to like go down a layer down to here. So we could start something on the lower level and start something on a higher level. Yeah, I mean, making a siege range I think would just be a bit of fun. That, or I could put it up in the top corner of this. But then it would be kind of like cramming it onto this layer. Although I could do 2 layers, actually. I think I'm gonna do it up here, and we're gonna do it on 2 layers. It's gonna be kind of up in the top right corner of this layer. And I'm going to need a spot to catch the arrows. Slowly making the maze level from the beginner's guide. God, I haven't thought about the beginner's guide since the beginner's guide came out. Beginner's guide is like kind of a super cool thing. That game was neat. I enjoyed the beginner's guide. I wonder how well the beginner's guide holds up, you know? Like, I wonder if that thing is still good. As it was a very neat story back when it first came out. But I wonder if it's still good. You know what I mean? So this is going to be our catapult range. Catapult and ballista range. I'm gonna do this as safely as bloody possible so that nobody dies. I don't want any accidental casualties. But yeah, no. So something that I was actually talking about the last time, or yesterday when I was, not yesterday, day before yesterday when I was streaming, is something I really want to create in DF. And this is something that this fortress has made me start thinking about a lot, is instead of doing what most people do when they play Dwarf Fortress, which is, you know, make a fort, play the fort for a bit, delete the fort, make a new fort. My goal going forward, kind of starting with Longdeath, just as somebody who creates things for Dwarf Fortress, is instead of just creating forts, I want to make forts that are in worlds that are interesting and worth looking at for the average player. So I want to make a world with my forts that is compelling enough that other people want to go and explore it. And I kind of have 3 ways that I want to go about doing this. Create a world and create a guide to the world. So by guide, I mean write down landmarks and areas that... And I want to really do this once the Steam version comes out, because I think this would be a really interesting way to kind of explore the possibilities of Dwarf Fortress, is make a world and then make a guide to that world. So show people where cool landmarks are, how to find those cool landmarks, things that are worth looking at and exploring, bits of history that are worth reading about and exploring, and present it in such a way so that people could download that world and maybe make forts in that world and find things in that world based on the guides, or alternatively, play as an adventurer and just go explore fortresses that I designed to be more of dungeons than just plain fortresses. Like this, for example. If I fill this maze up with interesting artifacts and things, it would be worth it for a player as an adventurer to come down in here and explore a lot of these nooks and crannies of this maze to find little bits and pieces. Maybe in here, I put something that would indicate, oh, well, on the other side of this wall, there's something. And figure out some way of letting players into this area to collect something from this hidey hole in the corner. Stuff like that. I don't know exactly how I'm going to go about doing it. It's going to be a big challenge. But I think it's going to be... like, if I'm thinking about my fortresses in that kind of format from the get-go, I think doing that will be a lot more approachable. And if I do it, and I really started to kind of think about it with this fort alongside of the community world. Like, community world has been an interesting experiment and is going to continue being an interesting experiment, I think. But I think that there are many methods of experiencing Dwarf Fortress that haven't fully been chased yet. Because you hate mazes? Yeah, I mean, that's fair. But there are no explosives in Dwarf Fortress. But yeah, no, I do think that would be interesting. Although that being said, I could, you know, post a map of it, right? Like we could make maps. We could have things, have ways that other people can go explore the world. So I'm now thinking of my fortresses more of like every fort is a portion of the world building more than just every fortress is a fortress, right? Like, you know, I see the big successful D&D channels that are like building a mythos and a lore around their campaigns, and people go back and watch it like a TV show, right? Well, if my streams are lore building for the worlds that I'm creating, if I can pull that off and archive it well and effectively in a method that is interesting for people, people may return to those worlds again, if that makes sense. So that's kind of how I'm picturing it right now. But I'm really hoping that the Steam version will make this stuff easier too. Let's get all these boulders out of here. We're also going to need to construct walls and stuff. But I want people to be interested in looking at my worlds after they're done. Like, after I'm done streaming them. Heads up, guys. There's a free game on Humble. That's my partner link, so if you use that link and buy anything at some point on Humble, well, I get money. But anyway, Kingdom is free up on Humble. Nice little casual tower defense 2D thing. Go grab it because it's free. But like we've talked about in the past about like making a wiki for my forts and stuff. Neil, thank you for the 41 months. Dude, next month people get new hats. Wizard hat begins. And I get a round of beers in chat from my friend Neil, who's been around since the beginning. Neil's been around for a very long time. Neil's one of the folks that I've been lucky enough to actually meet on multiple occasions at multiple conventions, and he was up in town once and we had lunch. Breakfast, actually. Can't wait until we get to hang out again, Neil. Been a while. God, you followed me in August 2015. Holy fuck. Thank you for sticking with me, Neil. Cheers, man. Neil, when are you going to play some Dwarf Fortress? I think you'd like this game, honestly. So yeah, I think along the left wall is going to be where we're going to chuck the boulders. We're going to do catapult parts first, I think. And then I think we'll put like a wall of fortifications and windows along the inside on this side so that dwarves in theory could go view, and I'll put in a whole bunch of chairs. Can make them out of iron. Although how much charcoal do we have? Only 5. I'm gonna just pause that for a little bit. Maybe when the Steam version comes out? Gotcha. I mean, I think you'd like this game, honestly. Like, you're no stranger to super complicated, difficult games. But yeah, no, most of that storytelling stuff that I've kind of been babbling about over the last 5 minutes is stuff that I think would work very well. Better is relative. More approachable, I think. I think it doesn't matter what DF looks like, personally. Holy spokes. The graphics aren't what make DF difficult. What makes DF difficult is the lack of mouse support for most people. And the obtuseness of it. But I think the obtuseness is part of the appeal, at least for me. Sup, dudes? How you doing? Dwarf Burger. It's good to see you. Where exactly are you getting these boulders from? Ah, down here mostly. I get you. I get you, game. Kind of hoping they'd clear this one out. Okay, you know what? I'm actually going to forbid all of the boulders on this layer for time being. I'll unforbid them later, but I want to get that upper area that we just mined out dealt with first. I want to get this area cleaned up. But yeah, no, the Steam version of DF is going to have a more approachable UX, which I think is the main thing that it's really lacking. Also, this needs 3 wheelbarrows so that more dwarves than just this dwarf can actually help. A human caravan has arrived in time for trading. Means it is early summer. Can you chuck boulders off the map? No. We will make them into crafts and use them as our main trade. Or form of trade. Which both keeps the dwarves happy and gives us lots of stuff to trade. So the humans have actually been in a civil war for a little bit. And ever since that civil war, one of the human factions has been very iffy about actually trading with us. These guys over here. They were fighting amongst themselves for a bit. But since then, the Confederacy of Sport has been doing a very, very, very poor, piss-poor job actually trading with us. Even though they're supposed to be. The other human faction, these guys, the Realms of Stone, they only have 2 locations, but they bring us tribute once a year, and they actually have some artifacts now. Creed Passion and Lash Rain. That's actually interesting. I didn't realize that they'd built artifacts. Looks like a lot of the places are starting to build artifacts. A lot of these human civilizations, this human civilization, not so much, but looks like places are starting to have artifacts, which is interesting. What about the dwarves? What about these dwarves up here? Do they have any artifacts? Not that we know of. How about our mountain homes? Interesting. Combined spear. Our local dwarven hillocks certainly does. Cool. In stock right now? Probably the perfect gem. The perfect gem is probably my favorite artifact. Or a book that's literally just about dying, but that's not technically an artifact. I like the perfect gem because it was made by Sethatus, who's a gem cutter in real life. Kind of neat. All right, what are we going to sell you blokes? As I am not entirely certain I know what's in my stocks right now, but I have a feeling it's going to be a lot of, yep, used clothing. He writes a lot about dying. Well, as long as he doesn't end up your mayor or someone who has to see other people. Do you have a method of getting the books out of there so that the other dwarves can read them, or? Because that would be kind of interesting. Not at the moment. You should, like, build, like, a little room with, like, a little lock block situation where you can dump all the books and then build a wall in between him and you. Like, have one tile of constructed wall so that the vampire can deconstruct it, dump all of the books in one place, and then reconstruct the wall, and then you guys can mine through the other side and get to it, if that's possible. We're just going to trade them a bunch of clothing. A bunch of old clothing that none of my dwarves are using. I mean, all of my dwarves are bringing items to the depot. I think it's actually probably somebody's clothing from someone who died. Yeah, it looks like it. Speaking of, Stone the Third needs a bed. Guys already claimed that bedroom. Lord Floof needs a bed. Yeah, no, when dwarves die, all of their clothing gets put up for trade, which I think is interesting. It's something that I've never really noticed until this fort because I've never had enough dwarves that own enough items. But when a dwarf dies, all of their clothing just appears in the trading screen. And the dwarves will just happily sell it. Which I think is very, very interesting, actually. Also, we need a name for our maze. Like a dwarfy name. And then I could make an image for it. Actually, we should do that. We should do that. I have an idea. I have an idea. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to design a statue and try and make like an abstract image of a maze. And the abstract image of the maze is, we'll give it a name, or give the image of the statue a name. A minotaur for the maze? I mean, right now it would probably die to the Ettins, which wouldn't be ideal. Because I do have 2 Ettins, which I'm going to throw back into the maze. And I already had one fight between the 2 Ettins and a Cyclops, which was pretty good. Trader's been requested. No, I got 2 males. I would really like a female Ettin. I think that would be fantastic. Because then we could breed Ettins. It would be amazing. But I need a second Ettin in order... I need a female Ettin for that to happen. And if I put 2 male Ettins in a room with a female Ettin after they've been kept in cages for a very long time, I think that might be the cruelest thing I've ever done in Dwarf Fortress. You already know the answer to that question, Warm Shadows, so I'm not going to answer it again. At least I think I answered that same question earlier. But yeah, TLDR, no necromancers that are known in this world. There may be unknown necromancers, but none that are known. Complaints department. I mean, that's not very dwarfy, but... Yeah, no, a world this young, if there are any necromancers, and there might be, they're probably just living normal-ass lives amongst other dwarves, and the other dwarves won't have noticed yet. It takes a long time for dwarves to notice that a dwarf isn't aging. So it's highly likely there are just dwarves that are vampires or necromancers that just haven't been caught yet. This world has no necromancer towers because it's so young. Like, you don't notice this generally, but in World Gen, necromancer towers don't usually start to show up until like 100, 150 years in, because it takes that long for necromancers to get found out, start creating plots and then go and build their hideouts, if you will. Which is currently where we're still at. Like, they haven't even started doing that stuff yet, so. All right, you know, I really want to get rid of this, so what we're going to do is this. A garbage dump and just dump all these boulders. I want to get this area cleared out so we can work on it. You know that feeling when you have like a zit forming on the inside of your nose and it just fucking hurts? Got that feeling right now and it sucks. Let's get these boulders out of here. Sending all the dwarves down to help haul. Yeah, no, this world is very young. And in order for... Uh-oh. Oh, also, so Squug, who's my mayor, was a... is titled Wizard. Now, he's not actually a wizard, but he was one of our scholars for many, many years after being our sheriff. He's now our sheriff again. But was a scholar for many, many years and wrote a book called A Wizard's Guide to Pulleys. So I assume that because Squug wrote a book called A Wizard's Guide to Pulleys, he would self-identify as a wizard. So because of that, we renamed his custom role to Wizard. Also, another migrant? I think that's all that we can get for migrants. 48? Back on because I'm cold. Chat, I'm thinking of a number between 1 and 10. If you do not have a dwarf in the fort right now and would like one, pick a number. The Metal Crafter. 54 years old, born on the 10th of Glena in the year 35. Citizen of the United Creation and a member of the Eternal Adventure of Time. In terms of mastering a skill. Holy Spokes, you're already in the fort, so that request is null. Looks like it's omnivore. My number was 2. Yeah, I mean, if you missed it, Holy Spokes, you already have a dwarf, and you are dwarfing away. Well, if I'll just say this: if you're not paying attention, and you're not that interested, don't request a dwarf, because the opportunities to get dwarves in this fortress happen maybe once every 3 to 4 streams. So don't take that from somebody else if you're not that interested. Omnivore. You do not worship a god. Interesting. You like kimberlite and trifle pewter, bloodstone and short swords, greaves, tables, and catapult parts. And she prefers to consume armadillo and soft wheat beer. Her nose is extremely short, and her cobalt eyes are close set. Her ears are very short. Her hair is very dry. I'm going to, before I forget, give you siege, operating, and engineering. She would personally find art offensive and would have it destroyed whenever possible. Values a harmonious existence and values loyalty, and doesn't see cooperation as valuable. Dreams of mastering a skill and does not enjoy participating in physical confrontations. She works to square this natural tendency with her respective martial prowess and does not often feel lustful. She is rarely happy and enthusiastic, and she is conflicted by this for more than one reason, considering she values parties in the abstract. She tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others and is moved by art and natural beauty. Does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings, tends to make a small mess of her own possessions, and has a greedy streak. Has a calm demeanor and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. My nose is itchy, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. Welcome to the fortress, Omnivore. We're now up to 48 dwarves. My dwarves are pondering dictionaries. And we are hauling all of these boulders out of here. Because I really, 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 really want to work on this area. When I get a project in my head, I want to work on that project. So, damn it, I want to work on that project. What, in this fortress? Sweet Sparkle Farts has been possessed. Interesting. Drop the boulder they were carrying. Probably going to go make some sort of stonecraft. Seeing as their profession is a stonecrafter. I mean, yeah, Bamber, we don't have many dwarves in this fort by design. Claims a craft store shop. Grabs 2 boulders. Going for bars, probably silver. It's covered in water. Silver bars, they're hauling them. So it'll be valuable. Hopefully. Maybe gems? Yep, gems. Green gems. Merchants will be leaving soon. That's fine. We've already traded with them. Lead or iron bars? Hopefully iron and not lead. Iron bars. So silver and iron. As well as 2 boulders, gems. Bones. Or animal bits. Not sure exactly what. Probably bones, though. More bones. Good thing we're murdering all of these poor Kias that show up. Most vicious of creatures. The humans have left after their time trading. And my hunter is hunting a kangaroo. You know, this is a fortress where I will avoid necromancy and evil as much as possible because that sort of stuff makes survival a little bit too easy or simple. Rather, like if everybody's undead, it also makes things significantly more unstable, which I don't want. I want stability, not instability. Silver bars, walnut wood logs, kangaroo bone, iron bars, brillet cut price opals, silver bars, and 2 pieces of granite. Any bets on what that dwarf makes? It is a crafts dwarf shop. Hopefully it'll be valuable, whatever it is. My bet's on either a crown or a scepter. Bucket. That'd be nice, actually. Because then I could have an artifact bucket well. I would totally just make a new well if I got an artifact bucket. Dwarves are wild. I think it'll be some sort of craft that doesn't have a practical use. It's usually relatively predictable, yeah. You can generally, with a knowledge of DF, accurately guess. Sweet Sparkle Farts. The Stonecrafter has created Einush Ustar, a granite crown. There you go. And claims it as a family heirloom. Not in the name of anybody? Just as an heirloom? $55,200. This is a granite crown. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with round prace opal cabochons and studded with silver, and encircled with bands of hanging cushion granite cabochons and kangaroo bone. This object is adorned with hanging rings of iron and menaces with spikes of granite, walnut, and silver. On the item is an image of dwarves and elves in kangaroo bone. The dwarves are fighting with the elves. The artwork relates to the attack on the Beak of Purifying of the noiseless volcano at Dunes Leopard by the ignited creation in the midsummer of year 13 during Zokun Asol, the sieges of seizing. So it's our attack, my faction attacking one of the two elven factions in the year 13. So apparently my mountain home invaded them. I didn't actually know that. I wonder if we started that war. Because there is 3 elven factions on the map. I'm at war with one of them, which is the Noiseless Volcano. So we were actually at war with that faction, and I know that. But one thing that's neat about how young the history of this world is I'm literally learning about the history of the world through my artifacts because there's so few events. It's actually kind of really neat. And not something that happens all that often. Simple but effective, interesting artifact. I like it. All right, something that we got to do is I got to start smoothing these end bits. Going to trade it? Why would I trade an artifact? Seems petty. We're not desperate. No, we're keeping all of our artifacts. They're important history and heirlooms for our fortress. Unless a dwarf gives it to us to do what we will with it. We don't need the value. We don't need the money. We are the wealthiest fortress in the world. We have more glitter and desire than we could ever need. If we ever need to trade anything, we have more crafts and clothing than any requesting trader could ever even dream of. Why would I consider trading away our prized artifacts for a pittance? We trade out of necessity to get rid of excess items, not to give away our priceless family heirlooms. I make rooms. There is no logic to it. I just make shapes that I think look cool. So we're going to need a way to get our ammunition back down from up here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to dig a hole along the end there. And they'll fall down into a room below. They'll fly through fortifications, multiple rounds of fortifications. I'm going to do my best to make this as safe as possible. I don't want any dwarves accidentally getting killed by the catapults. Because we're going to be building a selection of catapults for our dwarves. Man, no, family heirlooms are important. They're also very useful. Even the simple ones are useful. Like if you get a religion that wants nice rooms, you can give them nice rooms that way. With granite. For our doors. Human crossbowmen are going after buzzards. I'm not actually sure why there's human crossbowmen here. I thought that all of the traders had left. Oh, nope, they're still leaving. They're in the process of leaving. Guess it took them a little while to pack all their stuff up. Jack Nurk III gets interrupted by Buzzard. Those buzzards are brutal. They show up every year around the same time. So, Warm Shadow, why would you trade an artifact? Out of curiosity. Also, have you really seen this fortress much? Because all of the goals of this fortress are all based around, like, hoarding certain types of items, because as of spawn, there was 11 living dragons in this world. So having value around attracts big creatures like that. And I would really like to get some dragons in this world. Or in this fortress in this world. Because having some dragons, I think, would be a blast. Or rather, any big creature that lays eggs. Dragons, rocks, any of that stuff. Would all be a lot of fun. Although a rock could be kind of scary, but... It's more like fire-breathing surface mega beasts that I'm scared of. There we go. All the doors are in. Plenty of boulders still to get out of here. How many buzzards are alive on the surface? Quite a few, actually. Also, supposedly, you guys just leaving? I think they're just leaving. There's 2 human guests on the surface, which is a little bit intriguing, actually. I'll turn the military on and let them run around and kill those buzzards. Because the buzzards... There we go. I immediately see one go splat up in the upright. Too many what, Pilot? Looks like my Hammer Lords are dispatching of those buzzards pretty quick. Although I do need to get them training because I have a few new ones. Yeah, sorry, chat's a little lurky, so I'm just babbling, right? I'm just babbling and forgetting what I'm saying moments later. As you've been around, you've played this fort. As for why I'd artifacts, yours will get stolen. Well, ours won't get stolen because there's no villains in the world, right? Probably not the best idea, but you're still learning. I mean, it's a good idea to trade them. They're very valuable. And you get a lot of good recognition with your mountain home. But I much prefer to keep them and leave them as bait for intruders, which I think is a lot more fun, frankly. Leave a guard dog in front of them so that we spot the intruder if someone does try to steal my stuff. And then smash their heads in. Wave Thrash, hello, your dwarf's still alive, as far as I know. There you are. Mace Lord. You're married to Dragon Man? Yep. You've got many children. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 7 children. Your parents are, one of them is still alive, Lump is, and you've got many family members and friends and kindred spirits. You've killed 14 various Kias and buzzards over your time in the military, and you don't feel anything while in conflict and content near a fine waterfall. And we are preparing a ceremonial catapult display. But no, all of my artifacts go into this room right here. And sometimes I have guard dogs. Right now I don't, actually. I should probably assign one. I think the other one I had died. This is the Celeste soundtrack. Oh, great leader. Oh, great omnipotent being looking down at my little beard. I don't know. I haven't played Celeste. I just like the soundtrack. Yeah, we just need to get all of these boulders out of here. The next area, the next thing we can start working on, though, actually, once I get this corner bit here smooth. You played the game? Lots of people have. I'm just not a fan of that style of platformer. So I haven't played it for that reason. I don't have anything inherently against it, though. It's got beautiful art, beautiful music. Just not my style of game. Actually, I can do it that way.
Just a quick resub. Still working all day. Have a beautiful day, folks.
Cheers, Fabs. Thank you very much for that Prime resub. 10 months! Chat, do me a huge favor. Can I get a quick round of beers as well as a have a good day at work at Fabs? Cheers, friend. Good to have you back for a 10th month. And the game saves. The nice thing about this world is, because it's a small world and short history, it saves so fast. Autumn has come, which means another day and another tribute. This is coming from Illipi. So this is the autumn. So it would be the Confederacy of Sport. No, the Realms of Stone. Sport comes in spring. The 1st of spring. And the you, or the on their way up here. Alive and kicking. The best I can do, really. Like they got dive bombed by a buzzard. Let's see what they've brought us. Wow. They brought us a dog? Hot damn. Strawberries, some goose meat, a copper pick. Damselfly ichor. Delicious. Thank you. Raspberries. Ooh. Flammable bags. Interesting. Alpaca cheese. I mean, clearly they brought us that to eat it, right? But I'm just going to screenshot this for Stone. I don't know if he's still keeping track of this stuff, but in case he is. One splint. All right, so down here. Going to put one door in here, and I'm going to wall off the other bits. Now, I could do this in a different method. That would probably be look a little bit less artificial, but I want this room to look artificial at the end here. Somehow I think the dog is a chow chow. I don't know what that is. I wish there was different breeds of dogs in DF. Actually be really neat. We'll see you soon. Babs, cheers. There we go. That's that area. What I'm going to do all the way along here is I'm going to get rid of all this. Man, those buzzards. Being a bunch of twits. Only 2 left. One of them's caged. One of 2 boulders done. Gonna need to mine out all of this stuff down here at some point, but for right now, it's just gonna be our boulder catching apparatus. Remove dump from a bunch of stuff along here because I'm gonna be building fortifications. So these fortifications are going to act kind of as a safety wall. It's going to stop dwarves from pathing in this direction and hopefully stop them from falling. Hopefully. Well, those are all diorite. Okay, well then, instead of granite, I'm going to use diorite because I want things to match color-wise. So that's wall, not fortification. Let's get that corner done first. Investments are open. Heads up, chat. Yeah, have a good day at work, Abs. Thanks for swinging by with the resub. So those ramps. Like how the dwarves just literally climbed up the wall. That's kind of funny. The dwarves have arrived in time to trade. We're going to bring all of the crafts in to trade. Now we get new news of what's going on in the area. The trade hub, Longdeath. Asteth Yorvalreth. I am the liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. There is much to share. We have updated your maps and world info. What requests do you have of our merchants? Same as previous years, just bring us all of the wood so we don't piss off the elves as much. We have finalized the import agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. Let's discuss what we're willing to offer you for your crafts dwarfship. Maces, crutches, thread, blocks, goblets, cheese, handware, ash, sheet, scepters, and headwear is what they want. Farewell, Squug. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Holy shit, I actually won something in the investments. That never happens. Here come all the dwarves for trading. Gonna need some more charcoal pretty soon, so You and me, Coldfire. You and me. Sorry, Peter and Pilot. Rip your investments. Happens to the best of us, you know? Let me get my military training once they're done watching a bunch of demonstrations. Here come all of the general crafts for trading. I don't actually know how many we even have right now. I mean, you'll earn that back probably before the next time you invest, Pilot. You do get 4 an hour, so. Oh. So somebody on the Dwarf Fortress subreddit said that they accidentally made a maximum Z-level world. Apparently it's 500 Z-levels deep and 50 up. I kind of want to do that now. Check out this little diagram that they made. Here, I'll just show it. Look at this. I love this little diagram. This is super cool. The question is, why would you make a sewer? I guess that's like water disposal, yeah? But that bottom area is like just a badass description. I love these things. These like 2D like descriptions, like castle. Just whatever that is. We need to do that. We need to build ourselves an underground castle or something. Questing trader. We're still bringing the crafts over, but I mean, this map, for example, is, let's actually find out. How deep is it? I know it goes 20 Z levels up. 164 down. Old view of DF? Sort of. Although DF was more like left to right, flat, top down. So just like one single Z level left to right. Like building into a mountain versus up and down. Unless my memory is faulty. Which is possible. Yeah, I mean, what they must have for the sewer is, like, that's where water gets... Like, for us, the sewer would be... this. This would be our sewer, right? Which is on layer 15, which is actually pretty high up. Bobo is coming to trade at Depot, who I think I see. Yep, there we go. Sweet, they brought us lots of wood. Has anybody ever had people or another faction bring adamantine stuff to trade? I've always wondered if that's possible. And like, I'd like to know how much they would cost in Dwarf bucks. I did trade a named item or an artifact. Whoops. Yeah, I don't intentionally trade them, but sometimes they get thrown in by accident. I've seen Divine Fabric, yeah. I know in World Gen they can get stuff that's Divine Metals. I know I've gotten Divine Metals from trade. I've never gotten Divine Metals that I've been able to melt down, though. I've tried. There we go. Maybe it would be a bug then. Because I've certainly seen some weird things. And it's mostly elves that I get Divine Fabric, which is also interesting. Like in this world, almost every elven caravan has had divine metals. At least for the first bunch that I got. At a certain point, they seemed to stop. But hopefully we haven't started a war with the elves, because I did accidentally trade the wood once, and they told me to stop cutting down trees once, so I have a feeling it's kind of a matter of time before we're fighting them. Although I'd like to stave that off as long as possible, which is why I'm cutting down almost no trees. What am I making? I'm making a catapult range. And over here, this is my nice little labyrinth, which is going to get a lot bigger. But currently making a catapult range. Also probably ballistas. One thing I have seen, or I've never seen this myself, but I've seen Labyrinth, Alpha Too Much. If you're new to this particular fort, we're trying to keep this fortress alive for 1,000 years, in game. So we're currently 8.9% done, maybe, yeah, almost 8% done. Which means we need something to do for that 1,000 years. So build big maze is one of the things that I did. Underground castles will happen too. Multi-Z levels on underground structures have already happened. Giant 15 Z level deep pit has also happened. So yeah, no, it's all just about keeping things interesting. It's like, it's for, what's anything in DF for, really? The actual answer is, well, we made 2 Ettins fight a Cyclops in there. And we watched the 2 Ettins bite the we watched the Cyclops bite fingers and stuff off the Ettins for a bit. And then I put the 2 Ettins back into cages, and we're sitting here with our fingers crossed, hoping we get a female Ettin in the future. So that I can put one of them in a room with the female one, or both of them in the room with the female one. And then we get baby Ettins, which would be rad. Am I going to chop down the forest? Probably not, because that would just produce a shit ton of wood. And I don't need those extra objects sitting around. I might push it a little further back. But even then, like, just because we may go to war with one elvish faction doesn't mean we're going to be at war with all of them. We are actually at war with an elven faction right now. But that faction doesn't know that I'm here, so they're not an issue. But yeah, no, the labyrinth is pretty large. Alongside of the labyrinth, we also have a terracotta army, which is all those little statues there. The history of the fortress. And this is our actual, like, base fortress itself. And the open pit. So none of the dwarves are cave adapted. Well, some of the children get cave adapted, but none of the adult dwarves are cave adapted. And get food. Well, if you need help, let us know. People are always willing and interested in helping people learn how to play DF. So if you need assistance, just let us know. I'm sure we could take the time to answer questions if you might have any. Make an iron statue. And on this statue, I'm going to put a new image. And the name of this image is going to be important because it's going to be the name of the labyrinth. Now, the lonely maze what ages? The lonely maze of ages. That's what we'll go with. The lonely maze of ages. Nimem said Aman. Amam? Anmam. Anmam. Also, thanks for the follow, Alpha. I don't have a notification for him, but I do see him. All right, select elements. I don't really like doing that. I know that some people think it's funny to do that, but it bothers me. I don't know. It doesn't feel like something dwarves would do to me. Shape, maybe? You know, it should just be a puzzle box. An image of a puzzle box. And a dwarf. Admiring the puzzle box. Lonely Maze of Ages. An image of a puzzle box and a dwarf. The dwarf is admiring the puzzle box. Should have a maze called The Long Walk. I'll be a little bit more creative. Keep working. Done. And I'll put it in the maze chapel, which is this area. So whenever we have fights, I make an iron statue of the victors. This is an iron statue of Ettins. It's a rendition of the godly knowing victims. An image of two Ettins and a figurine. The two Ettins are striking a menacing pose, and the two Ettins are raising the figurine. The image was commissioned by the Eternal Adventure of Time, a local dwarven government. Obviously, the figurine is like a, the figurine is like a trophy of them winning. For two-headed giants with a puzzle box symbol. Getting Hellraiser vibes, not gonna lie. I mean, I like Hellraiser. God, I need to rewatch the first Hellraiser. I probably haven't seen that movie since before I met my ex. My ex hated horror films, so I never watched any. I didn't watch very many when I was together with her. Hellraiser, that's a movie I remember enjoying back in the day. I watched that with my friend Daniel way back. When we would go on horror movie shticks and binges. Good times. Good times. Constructed that iron statue nice and quick. There we go. Statue of a puzzle box. Hellraiser reminds me of a lot of movies that I saw back when. A lot of good old-fashioned practical effect body horror shit. My naturalist cancels hunt. No ammunition. I'm actually not sure why the dwarves are totally uninterested in getting rid of these arrows that I keep getting given. You never liked body horror? I don't say I'm partial particularly to body horror. But I enjoy practical effects, and a lot of older practical effects movies end up just being body horror. So it's more just like I like body horror more because it's just the practical effects stuff. If that makes sense. So it's not that I'm particularly partial to body horror, I just enjoy practical effects. You need a nap? Go take a nap then. Do you have any favorite styles of horror, Holy Spokes? Because I'm still very much in the I'm still very much in the Halloween mood. Like, I kind of need to. There's a few movies that I wanted to watch over the last month that I didn't get around to. Oh, you had a nap. Oh, yep. My bad. How was the nap? My bad. Or a nap on a small sofa? Why'd you nap on a small sofa, not on a bed? I have to be careful about what music I play. Some of these playlists have stuff that I can't monetize in it, so I gotta be careful. Always enjoyed zombies. I never really considered zombies to be particularly scary. I don't know. Most zombie flicks end up being more comedy to me than actual scary, but... You didn't want to go to bed? Fair enough. I need to go back and watch Stalker. Are you talking about video games specifically or the movie? I'd love to sit down and watch Roadside Picnic one of these days. Because the games for Stalker, they're certainly atmospheric, but I don't really consider those horror. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, no, I need to watch Roadside Picnic. I've got much reason to presume that I would enjoy it. You want the book? Apparently it's on Audible. Or rather, I've been told by many people that it's on Audible. Many people who want me to read the books. I'm trying to think of horror movies that have, like, stuck with me. Because that's how you know a good horror movie is, one that you think about days and weeks later. I'm still thinking about the Netflix adaptation of The Haunting of Hill House, which is an older story, but which has had many adaptations, but That one was really well done and had like an oddly good ending. Like, obviously it's dour and dark the way it ends, but it's kind of like shed a single tear beautiful in a weird way. What's that movie that takes place on a boat with rogue AI turning into robots? No fucking idea. Gonna need to be more specific. First edition Hannibal Lecter. I tried to get into the TV show Hannibal recently, but unfortunately I don't think I will be able to, even though that show looks very good. And the reason I don't think I'll ever be able to get into it is because a second episode. Well, maybe I'll be able to get into it. Maybe in a couple of years. You're watching Hill House? How are you liking it? Is Pink 2 still alive? I think so. Yes. You are our captain of the guard. Beater of the Dwarfs. And exhilarated after a sparring session. Vengeful after an existing conflict. And I cannot stand by. This might require an answer. You were fighting with some birds. You killed Animal. In 67. Or 87, rather. You recently murdered Animal for committing crimes. But Animal probably deserved it. You're not just a military dwarf. You're the captain of the guard. So you're a local executioner. I mean, to be fair, Animal, you weren't exactly crime-free yourself, okay? Poor Animal? Poor Animal. Hocus freaking pocus. So this is going to be kind of the viewing point for the dwarves. I mean, if you pour out all of Animal, there will be no Animal left to feel bad for, so don't pour all of Animal out. Let's let them finish all of that first. I got lots of walls and stuff to get done. They need to be served, okay? And in this case, a strong moral of justice equals caving the victim's head in. I mean, criminal's head in. With a heavy hammer. I mean, we have fancy gems. Might as well make fancy windows, you know? They're going to be... they're going to have artifacts... Or not artifacts. Fortifications behind them. So the catapults are going to go along here. So this is going to be kind of the viewing spot. You get to come up with how they die. I mean, I'm sure that there's been executioners in the past who enjoy their work. I'm sure there's also been executioners in the past that have gone completely insane. Also, speaking of insane, I see a down arrow. Sparkly. Decent meals. Practice martial art. You want to practice martial art? Okay. Let's put you into the Bear Fighters. So the Bear Fighters is a squad of no armor military dwarves, no weapons. And they are very much just kind of the hobbyist wrestling crew. And actually, I find that often dwarves that get depressed, that have the wants to practice martial art, you just chuck them into a wrestling squad and make them go wrestle for like 6 months, and they're fine. It sorts them out weirdly quickly. Or they go completely nuts, and then they beat the shit out of each other. And then they die. And Trash Battery withdraws from society and has been taken by a Fey move. More dwarfs with blind is best in life. And beer. Maybe tea. Probably coffee. A buzzard has stolen cheese. What a fucking travesty. Stop the Eternal Guard from trading. Just let them go kill those buzzards. All right, so Trash Battery has claimed a craft store shop. Grabs a boulder. Now, by insane, do you mean like constantly killing each other? Or by insane, do you mean like don't feel anything, completely numb to all combat? Because if you want that, go watch the VODs from the Halloween fort, which are all up on YouTube now. All 6 parts? That last VOD has some pretty good fights in it too. And a few dwarves that literally feel nothing. I mean, I would love to eat that buzzard for cheese theft. Part 1 of my Halloween Fortress has 666 views on the dot, according to live views right now, which is way too funny. Also, I need to deal with all those corpses. I got a bunch of buzzard and other various corpses up there. All right, let's just keep following you while you work on your artifact. But how are you doing today, Ara? Those things. I mean, we had many intelligent undead in that fort, so if you want an idea of what that fort was like. And has begun a mysterious construction. Already Trash Battery. Walnut wood logs, silver bars, emu bone, rough sards, purple spennels. Buzzard leather, silver bars, and diorite. Then you make something cool for us, dwarf. Yeah, they fought an undead giant hedgehog for 2 years. That's what that fort did. They fought an undead giant hedgehog for 2 years. It's not that they weren't intelligent. It's just that the undead giant hedgehog was genuinely invincible. Not their fault that they were fighting an invulnerable enemy. It was a strong enemy, okay? A formidable enemy, even. The fact that they were even able to fight it is impressive. I'm gonna dump that clothing. What a battle it was. What a ragey battle it was indeed. Trash Battery. Irush Lebs, the Stonecrafter, has created Shit hat. I'm just gonna call it shit hat. Shit hath bum rack. Shit hath bum wreck. A diorite bracelet and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Sethatos Judge Cloisters. That they did. They definitely needed a holy hand grenade, but unfortunately this isn't a Worms franchise game. Shit hath wreck. After I'm done reading this. This is a diorite bracelet. All crafts dwarf ship is of the highest quality. It is studded with silver, and this object menaces with spikes of diorite, purple spinel, and emu bone and walnut wood. On the item is an image of Eresh Whipcrude, the dwarf in buzzard leather. On the item is an image of Vakar Wound-Covered, the cat in silver. Vakar Wound-Covered is in the fetal position. The artwork relates to the passing of the cat, Vakar Wound-Covered in Longdeath in the early spring of 42. It's a picture of someone's pet cat dying. That is heartbreaking. I'm shedding a tear. Was it your pet? It wasn't somebody's pet cat, was it? Like, whose cat was that? That's what I want to know. In before it was Seth's pet cat. But Seth wasn't in the fort until way after that, but that is saddening. It is worth a lot. Yeah, it's gonna go into the, unfortunately, I can't show you the aqueduct because it's frozen right now. But yeah, this is it. This is the upper layer. And then as you go down through, you can see the ice. And down beneath that, the various layers. All the walkways. It was Shit Hat's... The fact that it's called Shit Hat and then also like kind of a really sad artifact is very saddening. Shit hat bum rack. Shit hat bum rack. Indeed, yes. There it is. Shit hat bum rack. Lyru Kakashas. Do, 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 do. I don't draw patterns with my mouse, but designations has mouse support by default, but only in a small screen because this is the default resolution area. So the top half of the screen works by default. But if you, I'm not sure what setting it is, but there's a setting in the init menu that will let you draw patterns. I don't use the mouse to draw any patterns though. I do everything with the keyboard. I don't know why you would want to use the mouse. Significantly less precise. Way slower. Yeah, no, this whole thing was drawn with the keyboard. You get cursed by Armlock if you use a mouse. I mean, life will move significantly slower. You'll have a much easier time of things if you use a keyboard. Looks too precise. Keyboard is more precise than a mouse, significantly so. But you want to have curved walls? This is how I do curved walls. Start with a square. There you go, a non-blocky room. And then you're gonna build a new room next to it, okay. Go down here, start off with a square. Let's do something a little different with this one. Make a door. Across the entryways. Make it look more interesting. There you go. Two interesting looking rooms that aren't blocky. Start with a square and shave it off. Cut the corners off. Goes a long way. And eventually you'll get pretty good at making organic looking buildings. Getting some buildings canceling, which is fine. They should be able to find their way up there. Like they're trying to pass through things they shouldn't be. I think the problem is a lot of people try and play Dwarf Fortress like it's really good for min-maxing. Dwarf is supposedly wearing old clothing. Need new gloves and new vests. Yes. Mice are a type of vermin. So yeah, no, there's tons of mice in DF. I mean, I'm playing this game with the mouse. It's right here. Okay. And a rubber duck and a skull. But I'm playing this game with a mouse. Don't you play your games with a mouse? I mean, why would I use any other control scheme? It's ridiculous. When you can make phallus-shaped throne rooms? I mean, distance min-maxing is... Like, you can min-max the game without distance min-maxing, right? Play games with a bunny. I only play games with a rubber ducky, actually. True story. Hold on, let me get my gerbil. Who is trapped in Labyrinth? Technically no one currently. I have 2 caged Ettins ready to release into the Labyrinth, but I'm not going to because I got nothing for them to fight. There is a dead skeleton of Atira Saleti Alidreddi, mangled partial skeleton, the Cyclops. And over here is something else. 4th toe, which got bitten off. This is one of the Cyclops' toes, which got bitten off. Legit thought that was a bit for a half second there because of the animation animal. Bongo drums? Um, I'd actually like to see someone play DF on a Wiimote. Bongo biddies! Man, I wish those were a thing. Twitch needs to make Bongo Cat biddies. I'm not gonna lie, but like, Dwarf Fortress in VR, if done right, could be really fucking cool. From that one Donkey Kong game? I mean, I think so, but... I mean, once DF is the most popular game on Twitch, that's going to be the only way to make yourself seem unique, right? I mean, I saw a GIF the other day of some chick playing Beat Saber, in, like, obviously in VR, on a unicycle. And that's her whole shtick. Apparently, she started streaming recently, and she just plays Beat Saber on a unicycle. And, like, you know, you got a shtick? Fucking run with it. And, you know, I got to admit, that's probably the highest effort e-girling I've ever seen. Like, if you're gonna e-girl, just go all the way. Like, massive amounts of respect. You'd have to translate the Wii sensor, or just like use DF hack to enable mouse mode, and then just Twitch has become carnies. Yes, kinda. We've reached that point. Let me see if I can find the video. Here it is. If you want to see it, or Twitch channels in the comments too. While sword swallowing? So true story, TwitchCon always has a party at the end of it. TwitchCon LA had a haunted carnival thing that we went to, which was pretty cool, admittedly. Like, that part I enjoyed. But around the time I left was when the sword swallowers showed up. That got to be a bit much for me. And drink a full Red Bull every time you hit a mine. So the first half of that sentence, Brander, buddy, I was about to wish you a good stream thinking that you were being serious. Stream Minesweeper and drink a full Red Bull every time you hit a mine. I mean, if you're good at Minesweeper, you'll never hit a mine, so you're fine. Also, I think that would probably fall under self-harm, which is a bannable offense on Twitch. For reasons I shouldn't need to explain. How does she do that? Probably had been riding a unicycle for a long time and then started playing Beat Saber. So once you have both of those clips, is there a clip of her falling off? I don't know. I haven't gone looking. I've only seen the one clip. Dragon Man has given birth to a boy. Would you like to be a baby in this fortress to potentially grow up and be completely useless, or grow up and be incredibly useful? Pick a number between 1 and 10. If you do not currently have a dwarf in this fort, if you think you may have a dwarf in this fort, please refrain. Last time I checked, me is not a number. Neither is sure. 420 is way above 10. Welcome back to the fortress, Vinsati. That's 2, right? You've been resurrected. I was thinking number 9. Vin said 9, so. Your mother and father are dragon men. Actually, I wonder. No relation or friendships with the original Vin? We'll just pretend that your parents are friends with the original Vin, hence the namesake. He is the son of Dragon Man and Wave Thrash, and a worshipper of Shin Russet Amber, the Red Rocks, and an ardent worshipper of Sin Russet Amber, the Red Rocks, and an ardent worshipper of Shin Russet Amber, the Red Rocks. So you're a 3 times worshipper of Shin Russet Amber, the Red Rocks, and your first words are Gamma. He was born today, which makes him very young indeed, and he has long sideburns that are braided and a very long mustache, which has already been neatly combed by his mother, and a long braided beard arranged in double braids, as is per custom, and a very long hair that is tied in a ponytail. Slightly flattened, small-lobed ears that are somewhat short, and eyeballs that are somewhat high. His ears are somewhat narrow, and his head is somewhat short. His hair is a crew, and his skin is sandy top. His eyes are cobalt. I mean, it's the difference between people who want a character and people who definitely don't. Also, hi, Jenga. How you doing? That was my favorite wooden tabletop game to play with my mom. Better than Monopoly. Likes ash glaze, lead, mudstone, grizzly bear leather, and the color lilac, waves, bucklers, and bush monsters. Masters? What the fuck's a bushmaster? Their deadly bite. And the sound of the prim petal. Personally sees guile and cunning as indirect and somewhat worthless, and dreams of creating a great work of art. He has little time for forgiveness and will generally seek retribution, isn't particularly curious about the world, and is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently. I like how you guys just want to see her fall. I want to see her get hurt. I don't know. Call him an elf? Why? Dreams of creating a great work of art. Has little time for forgiveness and will generally seek retribution. Isn't particularly curious about the world and is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. Is often cheerful and prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible. Does not often feel lustful and has a sense of duty. Is trusting and is moved by art and natural beauty. Is troubled by this as he dislikes the natural world and tends to not reveal personal information. Talks rapidly when he's been surprised. He scratches his nose when he's nervous, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. And you were born in a temple. Of course you were. What would you do with a dwarf that doesn't... That's not a dwarf. That's someone who is most likely a vampire or someone pretending to be a dwarf. Both of which can happen. By the time we hit 1K, the majority of dwarves and legends are probably going to be named. Hopefully. I'm very curious to read what the history of this world looks like once it's done. That's what I'm very curious to see. And I don't think I'm the only person who's curious to see that. All right, I've been streaming for almost 4 hours. I need to take a leak. I will be back in a couple of minutes. I'm also going to pull my insulin out of the fridge for lunch stuff. Let's follow Eric Shadowblade around as he goes and does stuff. I will be back in a minute or so.
I'll have 2 number 9s, a number 9 large, a number 6 with extra dip, a number 7. 2 45s, 1 with cheese and a large soda.
Woo! Oh, dude, fuck yeah, dude. This is fucking sick. Hell yeah. Woo! This is Sparta!
No, this is Partic.
Who's Partic? Also, thanks, Animal, for the $4 while I left. I should leave more often, yeah? How many monsters in the maze I got? Just 2 Ettins. We had a Cyclops, but the Ettins mauled it to death. You knew you spelled something wrong. Animal, thanks for the 300 bits. Cheers, man. Seriously.
Welcome back.
Cheers, man. Thanks for the 15 bucks today. Cheers. I do this full time, so that stuff adds up. Yeah, it got outbrained and out eyeballed. No, it wasn't really a very fair fight. My streams pay to win? I mean, I have paywalls, but that's besides the point. So Twitch a while ago added in the ability to lock emotes behind paywalls and make buy emotes. So because of my dumb sense of humor, instead of like putting like legit good emotes behind the paywalls, I made paywalls. So if you want to buy emotes, you can. Just realize it's just a paywall. Now, fortunately, most people go, ha, that's funny, and move on. And then there are some people who are like, I actually kind of want those, because they're too into the joke. But, you know. I'm making a pattern out of silver over here, because I can, and I have a lot of silver. Oh, you know what I should have done? Although it's not too late. I should have etched a bunch of elves into this wall so that they're like shooting the catapults at elves. You think the paywall emotes are hilarious? They're fun for comboing too. And you can get the first one for just 10 bucks, so it's actually not that wild. But yeah, no, it was actually 8 versus 1. Koicha, because it was, oh, did I make those last two out of the wrong material? Oh, I totally did. They help you build? Yeah, they're very useful building bricks. You can build a castle in my Twitch chat. But the fact that I have an emote that's literally like $800 is a little bit wild. Those speed lines from like anime so I could do speed lines? What do you mean by speed lines? It's like force wall. Be like. I mean, I mean, I'm not gonna make lines of coke as an emo. The feeling that like making lines of drugs as an emo would be a problem. I don't think Twitch would like that much. I think that this catapult range is going to be like a prized thing in this fortress. I don't have enough gold. Lines of sugar. Yeah, flour. Salt. Salt lines. Yeah, that's it. Crypt Pepsi. Okay, so you make Crypt Pepsi, but it's literally just like a pile of white powder. Is the emote. Very neatly arranged sugar, yes. Enough kimberlite. Burnerite. A little bit of Grows gold. I got a lot of black bronze. Could do a round of black bronze. Sugar cartels? Sugar cartels sounds like something that you'd read about in a science fiction novel, you know? Give me Dune vibes, but spice, you know? We need that sugar. I could see it happening, to be honest. Although, realistically, it would probably be some weird psychedelic called sugar. Or some various form of narcotic that isn't actually sugar. That, or like maybe sugar, we evolved that's to the point where sugar has a much higher addictive quality than current day sugar. Where the heck did black bronze go? I lost it. I'm sure I've flown past it like twice and chat's just freaking out. There it is. We're just 1800s America. That is true, yeah. They were trading more than just sugar, though. Spice cartels were a whole thing. Spices were some of the most valuable things you could have. I mean, we still have sugar cartels. They're just called Nestle now, instead of sugar cartels. Willy Wonka just got real. How many drams for that sugar? Exactly. Although I don't drink Coca-Cola or Pepsi, so that'd be weird if I made an emote that was Crypt Coke. I still just really want to get sponsored by like a brewery. The only brewery that really sponsors streamers, though, is an American brewery, and they only sponsor American streamers. Which is a little bit annoying. I know, because I've asked. It's Voodoo Ranger. It's the name of the brewery. AKA Nestle. Water cartels, yeah. Bottled water should be illegal. Mm-hmm. Well, it's Voodoo Ranger's its own brewery now too, but yeah. Well, technically, it was a brewery, then it was bought by New Belgium, and then they started sponsoring a bunch of streamers specifically in the Seattle area. Sub-brand, but yes. And we're at year 90, which means we're 85. 8.5% done. Man, this guy's moving real slowly. That must be heavy. According to Wikipedia, dopamine can't go from our blood to our brain. What? I'm very confused by that whole sentence, Animal. Isn't that what the food industry is already doing? Getting you addicted to your food? Astro has been found dead. A natural death. I was gonna say, yeah, that sentence hurt my brain, because I don't think that's how that works. He also died on top of a yak. Bud Light isn't a beer. It's like alcoholic seltzer water. And a stray dog has been found dead. So a dog died of old age, and Astro Banjos died of old age. Fortunate. Chat, can I get a round of Fs for Astro? The poor dwarf who died too young. But at least they died of natural causes. That dwarf had a long story, too. That dwarf tantrumed and spent time in prison. Shaped up. Last thing Astro did was go hunting, kill a yak, and then carry the yak's corpse into the fortress and died of a heart attack or some form of natural causes while walking into the fortress, carrying a dead yak that he just hunted. He was our most prolific hunter and probably is to thank for the vast majority of the meats in our fort, as well as a large portion of the tanned hides. I don't know. I don't really go after corporate sponsors like that sort of stuff anyway. It's more just like oh, that's interesting that that exists, you know? But I don't actually care all that much. Not really the kind of sponsorships I want. I'd much rather work closely with a small company than just get added to a list for a big company. Can I? But yeah, so that's where we're at now. Astro's unfortunately dead. Hopefully you're in a better place now, Dwarf. Brings us back down to 48 dwarves. Looking for gold. Asparagus seeds. Apparently, we ran out of asparagus seeds. What a pity. That's alfalfa and bilberry. They're teaching future generations. It's actually really interesting. I've had very well-trained children. By the time they grow up. Man. Realms of Stone. Or Confederacy of Sport. Realms of Stone just have these guys destroyed. Such pathetically small tributes compared to the other human civ. Pathetic. Here come those gold bars. Polking is carrying this way faster. Must be a much stronger dwarf. Funny, you can tell who's a strong dwarf and who's not a strong dwarf by the speed that they move when they're carrying heavy objects. Kind of halfway trying to make this look like an eye. I don't know if it's working, but... Not a whole lot, Picture Point and yourself. We're back in Longdeath. Because I'm done messing about with the undead. Enjoy the lurks, Balinor. Good to see you as always. If you don't know my friend Picture Point also streams dwarfs if you're looking for more dwarf streams. And Picture Point's a pretty good place to start. Especially if you want to see things with pretty pictures instead of the more ASCII look to things, but... We're building a firing range for catapults. No. The eye is a portal to hell. The eye is the onlooker. W2K, thanks for hanging out with the streams. For watching, thanks for chatting. Hope to see you soon. We'll be on tomorrow. You have a good day at work. Gifts? Indentured tributes, I think is what you mean. Please. Silly! The planter has given birth to a boy. I gave birth to a boy. Such adoration I feel. Picture Point, have you been in this fort? I don't think so. Da, he says. He is the son of Sui, Dawnrim, and Hot Cup of Tea, Syrup Lungs. That sounds like a disease. I've been diagnosed with a bad case of the syrup lung. Well, why is that? Smoking for the last 70,000 years. Driftwood for your fish tank? They're like you're in real life dwarves. Vaping. Syrup lungs. I got it from 35 years of vaping. Syrup lung. It's like when you vape too much super heavily flavored liquid, and then you press the liquid out of your lungs and use it as syrup for your food. It's quite delicious. He is very thin, his hair is greasy, and his very long sideburns are neatly combed. His long mustache is neatly combed, and his medium-length beard is neatly combed. His very long hair is neatly combed, and his very large iris, round cobalt eyes are sunken. He has a narrow chin, and his head is extremely tall, and his somewhat short ears are somewhat broad. He has a few siblings in the fort, Trumpet Dog, Apostle II, and Lord Floof, all of which are alive, fortunately. And sane, too. Would you? Oh, not Trumpet Dog. Trumpet Dog is dead. But the other two are, and you're welcome. Yeah, and Eripterus is your granny. He revels in chaos and discord. How come you're never in my Discord then? Picture point. Come on. And he encourages it whenever possible. Sounds like a child. Impervious to the effects of stress and very impolite and inconsiderate of property. Jesus. Often cheerful and does not often feel lustful. Does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity and is conflicted by this as he values artwork in his creation. He does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings, and he tends to avoid crowds. He tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and he generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He tends to hang on to grievances and he has a noticeable lack of perseverance and tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals. When he's thinking hard, he has a habit of licking his lips and needs alcohol to get through to every day of his goddamn life because he's a dwarf, as a good dwarf should. And he was born today, which makes him very young, indeed. Welcome to the fort picture. How is Petra? She must be old. Not that old. 47? Pretty middle-aged for a dwarf. You're very satisfied remembering mastering clothes making. Fondness after making friends. You have almost no negative moods, aside from the fact that you want to practice a martial art. And you're lonely after being away from friends. Basically, you need a break. And you want to do some abstract thinking, so you want to go read books in the library, which means maybe it's time to make you into a scholar for a bit. 47 years old. Her hair is clean-shaven, and she has a very round chin. She was born in the year 43. Not particularly old, I would say. Like, still a young dwarf, very much so. Wearing good clothing. Very good miner. And has put in many years of good work. Oh, wow. Got many thrones. But how's things been, PP? How have the streams been as of late? We'll need to get all this crap out of here. Let's just set it all to be dumped again. I just want to get this side cleared out, primarily. Yeah, ideally we'll be able to set this area up as a spot for us to train siege weapons and do siege weapons demonstrations. And I am being informed oh, Twitch is doing a virtual TwitchCon. Well, okay. No one's surprised. There's a link if you want it. It's up on Twitch's Twitter. Virtual lines. 11, 14, 20. What day of the week is that? It's a Saturday. Maybe I take day off. I don't know. Anyway, Animal wants me to read the last Discord story, so if you want to add to these shenanigans, pop into my Discord, exclamation point Discord in the chat. There's many links around, where you can add words into the nightmare that is my Discord. Also, Eripterus, congratulations on used to being rich. Beer cheese can make pretzels taste sweet. Gandhi flew across many dreaming minds, with flaming skulls inside. Briefcases never nap near rapid horses running inside. Whirring blades hurt vast bodies viciously. Luke chilled at the Mickey D's foolishly eating people. Damn son of a rolling stone. Rolling Rodney Reed grammar bananas. Stroke, yes. Buffalo mozzarella chicken wings disappeared mysteriously into the sauce. Why is the really? Certain things suck a lot. Vague comments. The Beatles play music badly. What the fuck? Counting people? Question mark. Wearing sexy hats on genitals can. I'm gonna add a word. Kill. I don't know. Chat wrote it. I'm just reading it. It's your guys' fault. That's probably my favorite one, is Beatles play music badly. What the fuck? All right, silver thrones and iron. Those will all work. We'll just toss those in. Foolishly. Don't forget about the foolishly bit. Your stonks are on the up and up. I don't know what that means, but it's election day tomorrow, so who knows what will happen. Yeah, I'm scared for you guys. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I'm genuinely kind of scared for all my American friends. I don't know how necessary or needed it is, but the Civil War memes are getting a little spooky. And as your neighbors, I'm just gonna quietly say, please don't set your entire country on fire. Small portions, okay. Just don't set the whole country on fire. I was watching Jesse Cox last night, or yesterday morning. I guess it would have been yesterday morning. And he's just like, so I'm not saying you should do this, but if anybody's out looting and you happen to find one of those nice new iPhones, send it my way. You might become a Canadian friend. You have to get used to a slightly colder weather. I mean, outdoor natural air conditioning is fine, but like, you can only go so far with that, right? I like what my friend Cat on Mars did. He's just like, fuck the States, I'm moving to Hawaii. Which is where he lives now, and he's quite happy. Should be all right. I don't know. Hope everything turns out okay. I'm sure it'll be fine. But give me a interesting weekend. That's that much is certain. I mean, interesting weekend. What's the siege engines? Action bench, archery target, machine components, furnaces, siege engines. There we go. All right. There we go. Let's, where am I gonna put these? Put 3 granite siege manufacturing spots there. And start making catapult parts. Those are made out of wood. Adamantine or wood. Yeah. Odd combo if you ask me, but. This will make 15 catapult parts. BRB buying driftwood? Go buy all that driftwood. Until the thing blows over, just like be an illegal immigrant in Canada for 6 months. You wouldn't be alone. Malaysian driftwood. Sounds exotic. All right, so I got that set up. Let's hook this up to a bridge. I mean, depends on what you do after you hop the fence. And depending on where you go, there isn't even a fence. Depending on where you go, you could literally just walk into Canada. You don't even need to hop a fence. You just walk across a sidewalk. Like, there's a good stretch of US-Canadian border in BC that's literally just like a road. There's a road, a sidewalk, and then another road. And the only thing you have to jump over is like a barrier that's like a foot high. I've seen it. I've walked along that road. You might get yelled at if you jump over, but like they're not gonna arrest you. They'll just politely tell you to please go back. And there was one time my dad actually canoed across into the American side of a lake. Up in Osoyoos, there's a lake and the border goes right down the middle. And if you canoe too far across, they will straight up just like drive out there on speedboats and just be like, "Oi, you can't be here." And it's a little awkward. All right, so we're done hauling those boulders out. Means I can get rid of this, all this crap again. Make sure this is still active. Yes, it is. So many random dead animals. Many dead chinchillas. Oh, that's interesting. So, manufacturing monkeys, are you in the chat right now? Because manufacturing monkeys was one of the dwarves that I had to expel. In the year 88, Toulon Versorb became the mayor of the Fortunate Gate, replacing MM, manufacturing monkeys. That dwarf we had to expel due to tantruming, and rather than just expelling them, we sent them to this fortress, which is one of our hillixes, the Dwarven Hillix of Veiled Clasp. We sent them to Veiled Clasp instead of expelling them. And apparently they then went to become that fort's mayor. So, you know, maybe being there isn't all bad. That's actually kind of really neat. I remember there was one time I expelled a dwarf. And they'd murdered several dwarves, and their name was King. In the name of King the Space Disco Fox, my mod and good friend. And expelled him for, like, tantruming and murdering some dwarves. And then, like, a year later in that fort, I got this big full-screen notification. King the Space Disco Fox has become king of enemy civilization. Or not enemy, but other dwarven civilization. I was just like, whoa! And then we almost immediately went to war with them. Hold on a second. Is that a bunch of clothing that just rotted into literally nothing? Because there was totally just clothing here that rotted away. I don't believe I've ever seen that happen before. That's wild. That's kind of crazy, actually. So you saw that too? Okay, so I'm not going crazy. That's cool. That is really cool. What, clothing gets so old it evaporates? Yeah, me neither. Yeah, like I said, that's crazy. Need logs. Guess it's time to hack down some trees. Got a lot of boars to slaughter. Thank you for lurking, Cooler. Although I've seen many things happen in this fort that I've never seen happen outside of this fort, so. I thought we got an eagle. We were given an eagle by the humans once. Just in a cage. Squug has ended a mandate. Oh god, someone might have just been thrown in prison. Nope. Okay, we're all good. Someone should hopefully be hacking down those trees. There it goes. I really need to try and get off of Zoom's etymology and dictionaries is what my dwarves are currently pondering. I like that Zapdos and Animal are just writing buffalo on repeat. In before I banned the term buffalo from Twitch. So, chat, how's this as a new logo? Or from my Discord, rather. How's this as a new Twitch channel logo? Because Cooler made things for me. Will that be easier to see? It was Holy Spokes who commented on that earlier, if I'm not mistaken. Let me download and upload this. What's the size of this? I think this will also work for that other thing. Alright, now I need to figure out where in Twitch settings I upload a channel icon. I haven't done this in like years. Probably not too hard to find. There it is. All right, should be updated. Should be done. We're on year 90, so we're 8.5% done. Still going strong. Not too many mood problems, no real frame rate problems, aside from when I'm digging large amounts. We are currently constructing catapult parts for a new hobby. By new hobby, I mean we're making a catapult range for funsies. But it's been pretty good. How's Colonel Corn doing?
Error. The user tried to spam the B word of a certain mammal.
Animal is trying so hard to make a hype train. We just need 2 more people to join in. How's life for me? Life's pretty good. Also, there's a bunch of screenshots popping up in the Dwarf Fort talk on the Discord. Check this out. So this is, they have an elf that is 2 times skilled. They have a king that has multiple lovers. Not as many as one of my dwarves did. That is a cute little set of bedrooms. Cyclops didn't get along well with people. Oh no. Well, yeah, that's what's gonna happen. That is a cool looking fort. I like that layout a lot. All of the above ground stuff with all the roads. You were typing crypt float. What would a crypt float emote be? Humans have arrived in time to trade. But thank you, Animal, for 100 more bits. $16 today. Cheers, man. Those are, I think, the default colors, or like dumbed down version of the default colors. They look, the blue looks very default to me. Humans have arrived and are ready to trade. Probably have a bunch more cloth that we can sell them, actually. Yeah, we totally do. Bunch more clothing, as we had a few old age deaths. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if we necessarily need a crypt float. Probably be a ghost, to be honest. But in regards to life for me, Colonel Corn, I've been thinking about that. Life's been ups and downs. You know, there are moments where life is great, and then there are moments where life sucks. And you take the good times, the bad times, and try and even it out to have a solidly mediocre time most of the time. But no, it's been pretty good. Last few weeks have been pretty decent. I would really like to see some human beings that aren't just my parents, but, you know, we're all feeling that struggle, I would think. Hendrika, I saw you pop into the stream at this literal second I was ending yesterday. Sorry about that, by the way. You know, I just kind of want life to get going again. It feels like life's been on pause for the past year. That's the frustrating thing about it, is I just want people to stop being twats so that life can get going again. That's my main issue. I just want life to get going again. You know, like, was at the grocery store the other day. Hey, Tatanka. Hold up. How you been, man? Good to see you. Fucking missed you. Everyone has that, I presume. Oh, okay, there's two kinds of people, right? There's people that have that, where their life is on pause, and then there's people who just don't care, and they're the one keeping our lives on pause, and fuck them. Sell or used clothing. I'm alive. I'm here. Right at that second. Yeah, no, it wasn't technically a still here. It was just like an hour and a 40-minute long night stream, basically. I've been trying to do those like a couple times a month, because there's a lot of people that can't normally watch me at those times. So if I pop in, I can say hi. I mean, it's hard to be locked down in an apartment that is one room. Don't get me wrong, I like my apartment. It's a really nice apartment, and I'm very lucky to have it, but I do get a little twitchy being stuck in here for months on end. And COVID completely wrecked the timeline. Yep. I mean, I was low-key planning to go to Mexico this year. Like, to skip a bunch of conventions and to just go to Mexico. We offloaded a bunch of old clothing. We're gonna need to make a boatload of crafts pretty soon. Let's make that one tile further up. What bank was I planning to rob before I go? I wasn't planning on going to touristy Mexico. But none. I was just planning to not spend any money. Which is generally how a person affords vacations. not a vampire animal. Besides, if I was going to rob a bank, I would go to Mexico to rob the bank. Oh, become an... Oh, right, okay, sorry. I don't play many cowboy games, so I don't think about that sort of stuff. Just visit another city. 2-hour drive is plenty. Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, my vacation every year generally is I just go to Vancouver Island. And Vancouver Island is literally just get on a boat and go there. Like, it's not like it's hard to go to Vancouver Island. Hey, Gimper. New blind icon? Yeah, enough people... I've had like 3 people complain over the past year that it's hard to differentiate from the online and offline icon. People who don't follow a lot of people. Vancouver Island, yeah. I definitely didn't say Vancouver. I definitely did not say that. They're putting extra vowels into my mouth. You ordered it at 3070 from leftover cash? Neat. Full weekend festival? I don't have the Canadian accent, though. There are Canadian accents. It's not one I have. Facing left. That's the direction we want it to be facing. Generally, when I do, it's intentional. The what are you talking about? That's not an accent that I have. The long O is not an accent that I have. If you think that I do, then you've never heard a Canadian accent. How's that? You should watch a Northern Quarter stream. I get a little offended when people say that I have the generic Canadian accent, because I certainly don't. It's like telling somebody from New York that they have a Texas accent. I mean, we sound like Western North American. People from Vancouver. I mean, I'm not from Vancouver Island. I'm from the mainland, but like... The California, aside from like Valley Girls, up to BC, is about the same when it comes to speech patterns. It gets wild when you start talking about the other parts of Canada, like an Albertan accent or Manitoba accent, or like kind of the Ontario, Eastern Canada accent. And then it changes again even more rapidly when you go into the Maritimes and then further the other direction. And also when you go further north. But those are very minor accents. The like stereotypical accent that people think of when they think of the Canadian accent is they think of Toronto. And you think I have an accent? That's funky. Yeah, when people think of Canadian accents, they think of Toronto. Toronto's the, hey buddy, what are you talking about kind of shit. Yeah, it's a very big problem, eh? I don't even know what you're talking about. That accent. That or they're thinking of the Maritimes accent, which is a lot more droney. Not since like the 80s. Like, I don't know what you're like talking about. Like, no, people still definitely do. I think they're just self-aware about it now. I mean, A is a sentence habit. I don't really consider A to be an accent quirk. Personally. I mean, I could see considering A as an accent quirk, but it's more of a speech pattern quirk. I kind of consider the two of those things to be different. I mean, of course, there's like areas in like Northern California up in the boonies in the middle of goddamn nowhere that has their own, like, kind of weird micro accents, but it's like that in BC, too. But yeah, I do get a little bit offended when people tell me that I have the generic Canadian accent, because I just tell you to go car. How do you pronounce car? Am I offended? Because it's like telling me I'm from a different part of my country. Telling me that I have the generic Canadian accent is like saying, you're from Toronto! And I'm like, no, fuck you! Toronto sucks! Canada has a lot of inward-facing competition between cities. Yeah, so if you tell me that I have an accent that sounds like I'm from Toronto, I want to hide it. I want to get rid of it. Be like telling somebody who, like I said earlier, grew up in Texas and has never lived in New York, like they sound like they're from New York. It's like, well, then clearly you've never heard a New York accent. It's rude. Fuck you, I sound like someone who lives in Toronto. Fuck that stupid city. Because I don't have the accent. If I had the accent, it would be on literally every fucking word. Also, as somebody who gets annoyed about accent quirks, I don't go pointing out the way people say New York if they're from New York. Someone speaks, I just let them speak. People don't like being called out for everything. Or at least I don't. Newfie, Toronto, Saskatchewan. I think Alberta has like their own accent as well. No, I know you weren't, but you did say Vancouver, which is the equivalent of Colorado. No, you typed it in. You called me out. And I definitely did not say Vancouver. I said Vancouver. Yeah, twit. I'm not mad, to be clear. I'm just talking about accents. It's just like, friend of mine, excessive profanity, doesn't like it when people compare his accent to a lot of Australian accents. Well, if you want people who say car instead of car, you should watch Canada's Worst Driver. Because that is the best example of car. But anyway, he doesn't like it when people say that he sounds like a generic Aussie, because he's tried really hard to normalize his accent and sound not just like an Aussie. Remove some of those, not necessarily negative, but more slurred speech patterns, running words together. I try very hard to not do the talking about shit, because I don't like it when people call it me out. Just gonna stay out of this one. I kind of feel bad for people from Boston, because you guys do have a really thick accent. But Boston's also a huge fucking city. I liked Boston, actually. A lot of nice pubs in Boston. I've only been there once. There for PAX East. Good times.
NANI?
I agree. We're loading up these catapults. And, no metal. But, 3 wheelbarrows. That is indeed a labyrinth. You've been hearing this more? How you liking Zomboid? We made 2 Ettins fight a Cyclops in here. And I'm going to make more big monsters fight more big monsters when I have big monsters to make fight big monsters. And Cyclops? I don't think the interspecies breeding will work at all. Well, without some serious modding. Oh, Ettin with an Ettin? I would try to do that if I had a female one. I just have 2 males. Maybe your male Ettin was gay. Just wasn't into it. Or old, so he went sterile. Both are things that can happen. Gonna find some people to play with, hopefully. I'd like to do another run of that with my stream team, but we need more content. Like, the problem with that game was, like, with, like, 6 of us at the time playing on that server, we actually just ran out of content in, like 3 weeks. Straight up. Like, we finished everything there was to do between 6 of us. I know most of the people who play that game play it solo, and they play with a lot of mods. Very different kind of breeding if they were both male. Thaptos. Sorry, reading news articles because something relevant is going on. Experiencing emotional shock? What for? Slipple, why are you experiencing emotional shock? Shocked, reliving the travesty of art defacement. Oh, right, yeah, we accidentally carved out a... Right. We accidentally carved out a, weaponsmithing demonstration. Okay, that's cool. We accidentally carved out a engraving on the wall once. Which is unfortunate. Why is that? We've had significantly weirder conversations. Talking about trying to make Cyclops' mate isn't that weird. An annual tribute from the Confederacy of Sport have arrived. The humans pulling a horse with an annual gift. I mean, for Dwarf Fortress, this ain't that weird. We're not even fighting with anything. Like, yes, what was it? When it was, what, 2 streams ago? When the flaming Forgotten Beast, or the Forgotten Beast that was composed of flame, ran into the fort and ended up being killed by a dwarf kicking it. Like, it was just a random farmer just kicked it in the chest, and the severed part, or in the upper chest, and the severed part was cloven asunder. So it's like literally kicked it in the upper body and kicked the upper body out of it. So it like, its arms just flew everywhere and its body vanished. Wow! A lot of shit! Holy crap! A reindeer antler scepter? Fancy. No, because they're humans. They're you. You are a human. I hope. Might be concerning if you weren't. It's funny because, like, yeah, no, we are getting tributes from 2 different human factions. One of them brings a shit ton of stuff every year, and the other one, which has had a lot of infighting and civil wars, not much stuff. It's kind of disappointing, to be honest. No, you're not Armok, actually. Oddly enough. Supposedly, the player is another omnipotent godlike being, and there are certain ways using Legends mode you can actually learn what the dwarves refer to you as, which is weird. What's I gonna do? I was gonna do a thing. Potentially. You might be an in-game god. Oh. Catapult parts. Make 15 more. So, yeah, if you crush something with a drawbridge, if you intentionally tell somebody to stand somewhere and then crush them, the dwarves won't say that it was crushed by a drawbridge or crushed by another dwarf. It'll say that it was crushed by insert name here, which is what they refer to as you. So if you've intentionally crushed dwarves in your fort, look up. Has anyone tried Cogmind? Cogmind's great. Cogmind is wonderful. I find that the UX gives me eye strain. It's very small and hard to read. Apparently they've added more fonts to it, which I need to look into. But Cogmind is very, 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 very good. Let's just give every dwarf we see jobs. It's our new hobby. And maybe we'll use this in the future. How's Sparkly doing after training wrestling for a while? Sad after being unable to admire art for too long. But yes, I very much recommend Cogmind. It's one of the best roguelikes on the market right now. Up there with Caves of Cud, Jupiter Hell. Keep a few crimes unsolved in your fort. Yeah, they really need to have like a more easily accessible interrogate option, but Userin right. The leave a few crimes unsolved, then you can just interrogate people at will. I'm gonna forbid that. Fire at will, fire at will, fire at will, fire at will, fire at will. Not bad. Yeah, any dwarf will, or resident visitor or anybody who is living in the fortress will appear under the under the interrogation screen if you try to interrogate somebody. Although you go to the yeah, if you go to tab, hit tab, you can view cold cases, and you can interrogate people off of cold cases too. That's an ad. So yeah, you can also go to the cold cases screen. So even if they are unsolved, they'll stay there. Pleasure near a very fine siege engine. Did you hear the one about the gloom monsters at the red-winged blackbirds? No, I didn't. It's an oddly specific joke. Was satisfied remembering teaching weaponsmithing. Catapults are fun. I should use them more. My name is Asteth. I am your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss the situations. There's much to share. Information has been added to the civilization and world info. Do you have any requests of our merchants? All of the wood, but I need to cut more. I recommend making your interrogator an ex-military dwarf who's been training for a long time, because they'll get intimidation skill from it. Everyone, as they show up most of the time, they spill their guts to your guards. I mean, that can also start wars. Just be wary. Let's discuss what we are willing to offer you for your craftsmanship. We have finalized the export agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. Squawg, I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. A little bit laggy because of the buzzards on the surface and the... How do you get interrupted from firing a catapult because you're getting attacked by a buzzard? What? A new one. All right. Not in use, not in use, not in use, not in use, not in use. Excellent. They are shooting at a wall. Absolutely nothing, technically. They are shooting through these fortifications, through another set of fortifications to hit a wall, and then the boulders are going to fall down here, and then land along this wall where we can go collect them later, once we're not shooting. That's why you need to have brave dwarves and put them behind multiple walls so that they can't get spooked. By brave dwarves, I mean you need them to be wrestlers. The only way to do it. So that they're brave in the face of imminent dangers, just like any kind of militaries. For funsies, yeah. For funsies. Everything in this fort is for funsies. Maybe in the future, we can use it as an actual defense, but for right now, it's just for funsies. Hang in there, Dwarf. It'll be okay. Don't really have anything to sell them right now. I mean, it's kind of true. If they're trained in military, right? Any kind of military. So wrestling, or normal military. Their skills work out as such that they're braver and less likely to just turn and panic when they see enemies. So if you want them to be brave and not run away when you try and set up siege engines, you have to have a squad of dwarves training, fighting those buzzards so they don't leave. The buzzards are the cause of the lag right now. Although there's only 3 left from the looks of things. Yeah, just 3 left. And a barn owl, but the barn owl doesn't really dive bomb like the buzzards do. But yeah, no, so you need to treat siege engine operators like any military dwarf. This sounds like one of those I am no man situations. Lord of the Rings quotes intensify. But yeah, no, you need to treat siege engine operators like any other military dwarf. If they're not treated like normal military dwarves, then they're basically useless. I can't type today. It's time to get rid of some more boulders because I've amassed a bunch in the maze and while digging out that siege engine training area. Another thing that I'm going to do is iron tip. No, what's the word for them? Ballista arrow. Arrowhead. That's what I need. 100 ballista arrowheads. What we're gonna make. And how much charcoal do I have currently? 165. Perfect. Why am I dumping bars? What? Wouldn't be the case. Because we're also going to make ballista arrows. And if they hit a thing and fall down a layer after they've been fired, they won't explode, hopefully. So we can also mess around with those. Music? No. It's the Endless Space 2 theme. This is not Kenshi ambience. This is Endless Space 2 music. You must have been watching a stream that was playing Endless Space music. I've listened to the Kenshi music a few times, but never really grabbed me. I mean, a lot of ambient music kind of sounds similar if you listen to a lot of it. What's Sparkly doing? Satisfied after producing a masterwork, frustrated with being able to admire art for too long. You know, that's it. That's one you don't see very often. Make you into a scholar. Give you kind of a different outlook on life, because you also want to read books. Let's let Sparkly read books for a little bit. Like you're mining for days on end. So, Dwarf Fortress? Oh, hey, they're dancing. Look at that. I love the fact that the outpost liaison in this world almost always plays music and almost always brings a musical instrument to play. Or plays my musical instruments. The funny description, Zapdos. Seems like you've been there, done that. How are we doing on those buzzards? Just a Wolverine and a Great Horned Owl left? Spin the military off, let them go do their thing again. Make some ballista parts. You have a good night, Brander. Thanks for hanging out. As always, thanks for hanging out. Ambiguous amphibian is... I don't know who that is. Probably YouTuber based on the statement of editing. A few thirsty dwarves. They have plenty of booze. I don't think I've actually told my dwarves to brew drinks in like 3 or 4 years in game. It's been a long time. Yeah, ironically, I watch almost no YouTube, so I wouldn't stumble on or discover people like that. Most of the stuff I watch on YouTube is like no clip and people make games and that kind of stuff. Like more mini documentary style. People like Ahoy. Not so much the edited or comedy stuff. My graveyard? Sure. You always lose more dwarves than me. Over on the right. Sometimes dwarves that are particularly notable couples get buried together, like these two. Lump and Axon. Well, Lump is going to get buried with Axon. Those are all of our coffins. Not actually that many. Most of them are natural deaths. We had a few, like, accidents. People get their head... A couple got their heads caved in, but... Recently, like, the last, like, 5 or 6 deaths we've had have all just been... deaths. I just heard an explosion. I really hope that was fireworks. I felt that in the floor, though. It was a bonk. Probably fireworks. Someone's making black powder bombs. Not unusual. You carrying that? Oh, you're making rock crafts. Also got dwarves making ballista parts. And we've already made, well, 26 ballista arrowheads. Is it terrifying? Not particularly, more just, what the fuck? Gunshots I get worried about. Explosions I generally just assume are fireworks. If I hear gunshots, then I'm like, well, not going outside for a while. I've certainly heard gunshots. So a couple of weeks ago, oh no, a few months ago now, like at the beginning of summer, there was one day where I heard a bunch of pop, 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 like gunshots, the very recognizable gunshots sound. And when I went for a walk a couple days later, one of the rental houses about 5-6 blocks up the street from me just had fucking police tape all the way around it, and 2 parked shut off police cars outside of it. I'm just like, what the fuck happened? That was kind of terrifying. Or the time that I was working night shift at McDonald's in one of the small, yeah, more depressing than terrifying, one of those small dive bars in the area that I worked, kicked out these 2 guys that were being rowdy. Euthyrus has been found dead? What day is it? That wasn't a natural death. What the fuck happened to Euthyrus? Must have committed a crime, because he got put in prison. But why would he be found dead in prison? Did they beat him after they put him in prison? That's unfortunate. Euthyrus was Lump's new lover, if I'm not mistaken. That's the 2nd lover you've lost. Man, Lump the widower. I think they got married too. Yep. That's sad. R.I.P.
Many people ask me, Nikita, will the blin.
Literally crushed his head in with a silver warhammer. If marijuana and MJ cultivation becomes recreationally legal in your state, what happens if it does? Audio tapes and visual drugs legally baked edition? That's a bummer. Instead, go into the private sector. Speaking of private sector, did that part-time gig you have go full-time? Yeah, and who cares? Those jobs ain't worth working. They'll never be worth working. With that specific IT company? Gotcha. I mean, it's just like having tattoos can get you banned from certain jobs. Fuck those jobs. Well, once they know they'll hire you, good shit. Hopefully that happens. Be nice to see. Also, when's your record player arrive? Also, I think you need to send me a MP3 file. For a certain recording. I don't believe you sent that to me. Go get your food. I think I might do that too, actually. Oh, God. You weren't kidding when you said it's more like a mass burial. At least they get coffins. Colonel Corn. I'm assuming that's yours. I really like your above ground layout, by the way. It's a nice fortress, regardless of the piles and piles of death and carnage. Still waiting? Gotcha. I like above ground forts. They're pretty looking. All right, I'm going to let you guys follow Brander Buddy, who's making rock crafts. I'm going to go get my lunch stuff. It's 2:14 p.m. I've been streaming for 5 hours and 15 minutes, which means, damn, it's time for lunch. So, what time of year is it? It is late autumn. Means winter will start soonish. And the game shouldn't have any reason to pause unless bad things happen. So, can I get a proper round of beers in the chat? Thank you very much, everybody, for hanging out and everybody who's been lurking. You guys know what to do, I assume. If you don't, just type in the word beer, beers emoji, or my beer emote, or beer in various languages. I will be back in hopefully under 5 minutes with a sandwich in hand. Beer B.
Cheese for everyone!
Sometimes my injections, I don't even feel them. Sometimes they hurt so bad I want to crumple up onto the floor and scream. Today it was the latter. Ow! Christ. I return with sandwich. So Chad, if you're ever given the option, don't get type 1 diabetes. It fucking sucks. There's just asparagus seeds in the middle of my book. Okay. Well, that was a... On the bright side, getting pretty quick at those. That's not what I wanted. Maybe that is what I wanted. Well, you have a good night's sleep when you go to bed, Ryan? I guess you've been up since we recorded then, yeah? Your nose has been super stuffy? That sucks. Just don't get me sick through Twitch chat, yeah? And Dragon Man, you gave birth to another baby today. Bin Sadi the second. Named after our late expedition leader. Who hopefully won't meet the same fate. Actually say you do. I own one of those infrared thermometer thingies. It's just kind of fun to like see how hot my wall is, you know? All right, done chewing. Does what have a display boneless? But yeah, I hope you feel better, Dragon Man. I've had a couple of rough days myself recently, so. That is not on the surface. What do you mean by it's not on the surface? I mean, Ryan says that he has... Oh, my little digital one? Yeah, it has like a little digital display. It looks like a toy gun, basically. Like the ones that they have at all the COVID checkpoints. Where they like point it at your forehead. I bought me one of those. I don't even know why. It was cheap. It was like $12, but it's quite accurate from what I can tell. There's some puddles. I don't know. It's hard to say. I don't believe I've ever seen... I mean, I can just show you a boneless if you want. I can go get it. It's just in my kitchen. Fuck it, I'll go get it. This. Beeps. My monitor is 27 Celsius right now. Kind of warm. How about my mixer? 34.1 Celsius. Man, mixer's warm. Mixer almost has a fever. My desk is 23.5. I want my coffee. 41. My hand. 26. My hand's cold. Can't even get running water. Do you need running water? Are excuse me. Are you new to DF? Kangaroo buck is fighting. What? I think a kangaroo just fell out of a tree. Yep. Kangaroo just fell out of a tree. From what I can tell. I need, not ballista arrowheads, just siege ammo. Got him indeed, Colisman. Dwarves shouldn't be drinking water, period, ever, for any reason. Hey, ready for Brady. What up? Dwarves don't need running water, and you shouldn't be giving your dwarves water, unless you really hate your dwarves. Water is not very good for your dwarves. It's useful for one thing, and that's cleaning. How you doing, Cole? I haven't had somebody double down on a your mom joke since high school. Not dwarf cells, though. There we go. There's some catapults and ballistas. For one reason. For fun! You own your mistakes? Who are you buying your mistakes from? I would like to legally purchase a mistake. All of my stakes aren't legal, unfortunately. I don't have any licenses for my mistakes. I think you just misspelled Walmart. Thanks, King. Oh, Jesus. Clever girl. One of the best movie quotes of all time. Almost as good as this one. We'll see you when we see you, Warm Shadow. Cheers, friend. I mean, maybe we will put some pigs in there. I hadn't really thought about it, I'll be honest, but maybe we can put some of our many pigs into there.
NANI?!
I've read that sentence 5 times now, Cole, and my brain is starting to hurt. What? Excuse me? Did they siege long enough that they started having kids? How many pigs? Let's see. Currently we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 baby bacons, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 adult bacons. No. My bot's not that smart. Yeah, it's a lot of bacons. And if we take that bacon to Canada, then we'll get that bacon back. Ba, 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 ba. And I'll have you know that all that bacon is locally raised and GMO free. Might have some beer in it, but some nice pig leather shoes. Pig leather. A lot of pig leather bags in this fort, not a lot of shoes. You know, before this gets too dark, needlessly, I'm just going to cease responding to things you say, Cole. Yes. Before we start hurting people. Because the honest answer is, you know. Dear Dwarf Fortress, would you please send me a female Ettin so that I can make more Ettins? We must unleash our Ettin breeding program on the world. You'll be upset? I would rather quit Dwarf Fortress and never play it again than play Dwarf Fortress with Twitch integration. You'll be proud? I'll be proud of them too. Hey, Cyralac, how's things? Cyralac, how sturdy is pig leather? Genuine question. My icon did change, yes. I've had, over the last 2 years, as of today, 2 complaints that it was too black and white and hard to differentiate from offline screens. Depends on the type of pig. Interesting. We've talked about it, but we haven't tried it. I mean, I would love to try breeding plenty of different types of animals in DF, but generally it's like, oh, things just die first. Pigs. Cyrolac works in taxidermy, so Cyrolac is the person who would know. Let's, prepare to fire on all of these. And, go down here and go over to this door and forbid passage. So that no one gets a boulder landing on their head. Let's also prepare to fire these. I like that. Domestic pig equals footballs. Warthogs equals almost bulletproof. Okay, good to know. So in the post-apocalypse, breed warthogs is what you're telling me. It's okay. I played lots of Halo when I was younger. I've been training my whole life for this. A new Slayer called Sour Pigs. Aw, you can't make pig leather? No pig leather armor for your RuneScape character? Let's fire off a round of shots, shall we? Let's pause time and just fire at will, 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 fire at will. I don't know who Will is, but I feel bad that we're all firing at him. Open fire! Good shit. Cool. The ballista arrows didn't break. Pew. Yeah, poor Will indeed. I agree with this. Oh, really? That's interesting. Like, have you found any obvious references to Dwarf Fortress in RuneScape? Just organically? I know very little about Jagex, to be honest with you. You got a heated blanket? I keep getting ads for what seems to be like the latest hipster Internet of Things thing, which is a vest that has Bluetooth integration, and you can heat it up and cool it down with your phone. It has built-in heaters and a wireless battery and wireless charging. Because that's the thing that you need. What? Lump was taken into custody? I really need to pay attention to things that Squug is demanding, because I'm certainly not, and dwarves keep getting arrested. Oops. Twitch integrated heated blanket. If I ever get... Cool me down for 100 bits. Guys, I'm sweating. If I ever get a... Oh no, there's a ghost. Euthyrus didn't get... Okay, that's real sad. So Euthyrus apparently didn't get a coffin. I thought he did. But his ghost is just hanging out in his prison cell. That's kind of dark. I mean, for whatever it's worth, it always heats me up a little bit, Zapdos, when people cheer 100 bits. Spring has arrived. But anyway, if I ever get a continuous glucose monitor, which is basically just like an implant that goes in the back of your arm and gives you Bluetooth integrated live Squug died of old age. I knew he was getting up there. God damn. Our wizard passed away. A new era has begun. Ryan, your husband died. A new era begins here. Didn't you die too? I think you did. Yeah, I want to say you got murdered or something. It's been a minute, but Hobo is now our mayor. I think it's funny that Hobo got elected in place of Squug. Hobo's had an interesting story too. Which means now nobody is in charge of the, no one is in charge of the prison system now.
This is madness! Madness. This is Stone Hobo. This is Hobo. This is Hobo.
Yeet. He's eager to be elected mayor, but doesn't feel anything after lack of decent meals. Bored after being unable to practice martial art, and doesn't, for too long, and doesn't feel anything after being unable to acquire something. Likes aluminum, kangaroo tooth, talc, and spears, and leather armor, and llamas for their long necks. You can get a dwarf? Well, I mean, it's difficult to get redwarfed. We'll eventually redwarf you. Although dwarves are dying more frequently now of old age. Where is Rhinestone's corpse buried? Because, yeah, you did die. Need to figure out where your corpse is buried so I can bury you with Squug. Did I fly past you? Islet, not Gopher. Astet, DeBerries. Ah, there you are. Scholar or Mildorf? Okay. Tribute from the group of alchemy. Man, these guys suck. One applewood crutch and a kesserite musical instrument. A warrior poet? I mean, you'd probably be a warrior first and then become a poet in your old age. A stray boar has been found dead. Turn off the ballistas and just keep the catapults firing for a little bit. Kasserite ini.ini? Yeah, sure. There we go. They should be done firing bullets now, and they should bring those back up to load them. You didn't know about till today. Best of luck, dude. Get that shit done. stray eagle has been missing for a week, probably because it's still in the cage. Make tomb. This one I will assign to Euthris, who was murdered by Squug shortly before Squug died of natural causes. Squug was a good leader, but a very harsh leader. There you are. And that one can just be available. I'll put the statue of Rhinestone that was made in here. You don't know what to do with all of them? Hotkey a soundboard to them so that you can make waifu sounds whenever you want. Come through your speakers. How old is Hobo? I wonder. So Hobo was one of those dwarves who went completely insane on multiple occasions and has come back from it. He's also romantically involved with Jack Derrick, who I think is dead. Yes, was romantically involved with Jack Derrick. 152. You don't have many years left, Hobo. You don't have many years left. You're very old. Experiencing I mean, Slipple has been experiencing emotional shock on and off for a while. Reliving the suffering the travesty of art defacement. Because I was auto-mining a vein of ore, and it kinda dug through an engraving on the wall. This is pure vanilla Switch. I have had some custom animals in other forts, but this is pretty much pure vanilla. I really should add the dingbats back in. We added in, I had a creature in one build of the game called Dingbats, which was a dweller of Twitch chat, which would show up in certain levels, and they just would flutter around and run away. Euthris has been put to rest. Or Euthris. Make leather armor. Well, Hobo is into leather armor. Hey, Blackhole. You've not looked at any mods? I think probably the craziest they get would either be like Masterwork, which is basically like a restructuring of the entire game, which I don't like. And the other one is probably the other kind of crazy one, I guess, would be Long Night, which is a total overhaul of DF. Makes the game a post-apocalyptic sci-fi theme, but it's more of a re-theme than actually like an overhaul, if that makes sense. Yeah, they are pretty cool. Supposedly the Steam page got updated for Dwarf Fortress, but... Oh, I see. All the screenshots got updated. Are these new? Or are they all just from the videos? They're just all from the videos. New screenshots. Well, not new, but... I don't know what's up with that at the top there. This is an odd resolution. Those are old. Or are they? I think these are old. I don't recall seeing those targets before, though, or am I going crazy? By the time I hit 1,000 years, that's what's cool about it, man. Yeah, anything without shading is old. You are correct. But I don't recall seeing those targets there before, but maybe I'm just going crazy. We are 8.1% done. Maybe it's 8.6. Hold on. We're 91 years in, so yeah, 8.6% done. 91 years in. We started on year 5, so -5. We started at the earliest possible that we could start. And this is stream 32 of this fort. I want to say the longest stream I've done was 9 hours. The shortest are like 3 hours and 50 minutes or so. I'm still very curious to see what will be done first. Will I finish the 1,000 years in this fort, or will the Steam version be out? I'm racing you, Tarn. Let's see what we can do. You wake up to silence. This is what the playlist is for, Arch. Okay? You start it from the playlist, and it'll auto-play into the next one. And you should write a little script that automatically likes and leave a Arch was here comment to help me in the algos. The algorithms. Okay, what actually do I need to do to make you work? So obviously this isn't siege ammo. Maybe they're in finished goods for some reason. Where do ballista arrows hide in this screen, I wonder? You're fairly confident it'll be out before this is done? Like I said, it's a race. Would it be ammo? That's what I thought, but they're not putting them there, so I assume it must not be. Certainly not ballista arrowheads. But yeah, you'd think, right? Because it's not ballista arrowheads, because those are just the ends of them. Siege ammo is what this has been for so long. Ballista parts and catapult parts are parts of the actual ballistas themselves. I have a very important question, Arch. What do you got against the fear VODs, man? What do you have against the fear VODs? Why you no watch the fear VODs? But damn. Have I tried Sleeping to Fear? That game's actually scary. Come on. Let's do siege ammo. I mean, that's what they are. I mean, I guess I'm assuming that they're siege ammo. I mean, all the different material types of siege ammo are allowed there, but hasn't worked so far. Not loud nor scary because of how I mixed it. Which means, well, actually here, Arch. So you watched part 1 of Shattered Monster all the way through, yeah? I'm gonna go to my YouTube real quick. Are they forbidden? If they were forbidden, this wouldn't be working. They wouldn't be loading them into the, no, they're not forbidden. I'm not gonna explain why, but they're not forbidden. All right, so you watched all of Shattered Monster, right? 6% of the people who've watched Shattered Monster have made it to the, part 1 have made it to the end of Shattered Monster, which is 3 hours and 57 minutes and 47 seconds worth of VOD. 666 people have watched it, which is amazing because it's my Halloween fort. I've made $1.29 in ad revenue. So that means what? 6.6 people have made it to the end? One of them being you? That's interesting. Yes, my channel icon changed. My channel icon changed because enough people have commented that it looks like the offline one. Dragon Man has given birth to another boy! Would you like, would anybody in chat like to be Dragon Man's newest son? Pick a number between 1 and 10. Closest gets it. I could go for some pie right about now. Help. So the number I chose was 5. Nobody said 5, but Arch said 6, and Black Hole in Space said 4. Colonel Corrin said 5 after the fact. Black Hole wins? Okay. Welcome to the Fort Black Hole in deep space. Mama! It's his first words. He is the son of Dragon Man and Wave Thrash. He worships Shin Russet Amber, the Red Rocks, many times. That must be a bug. Babies in this fort always worship Shin Russet Amber, the Red Rocks, like 5 times. Born today, which makes him very young indeed. He is tall and his sideburns are clean shaven. His long mustache is neatly combed and his very long beard is arranged in double braids. Personally finds introspection to be a waste of time and dreams of creating a great work of art. Post this without going over. Fair enough. I mean, now that you're saying that, Colonel Corn, you just sound like T-Pain. Still counts. He is not careful with resources when working on projects. He often spends unnecessary effort and is quite comfortable with others that have a difference in appearance or culture. Also, can I just say that I genuinely think it's hilarious that T-Pain is kind of just a Twitch streamer in 2020? Like, I actually find that to be hilarious. Also, I gather you like the ending of, Shattered Monster. Everybody dies. He is not careful with resources when working on projects and often spends unnecessary effort. He is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance and culture and can handle stress. Doesn't try to try to get things done perfectly and is rarely happy or enthusiastic and is conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He is somewhat quarrelsome and is bothered by this as he values friendship. Generally acts with compassion and a narrow focus on the current activity, and he occasionally overindulges and inhales sharply when he's angry and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. You know, it's really funny, Arch, because what is there to hate? They don't work anymore and you can't get milk out of them. That's what's there to hate. There was, for a while there was somebody who I got into a borderline heated argument in YouTube comments about 4 months ago, about how this person was, first off, loves my content, loved the work that I did and do, and wants me to make a lot more of it, but also was very worried that my YouTube channel was going to die. And yeah, me get into an argument with somebody, never. Was very worried that my YouTube channel was going to die because I only upload like 6 to 8 hour long VODs. And he's just like, in order for your YouTube channel to survive, you have to cut the VODs down to 30 minutes. And either edit them down into highlight reels and upload 1 or 2 of those a day. I'm like, look at the amount of content I have. I would be 6 months behind. And then they're like, well, then just upload 5 or 6 VODs a day. People can watch those very easily, and you get way more ad revenue. And I'm just like, so you want me to spam out 30 videos a day? Well, maybe not 30, but 16 for an 8-hour VOD? You want me to do that? This person was just like, yeah. That's what Quill18 does. I'm like, yeah, but Quill18 streams for 4 hours a week. I mean, I know one YouTuber who does that. I know one guy who does that. It's Wanderbot. Wanderbot's great. I love Wander. But when he streams, he streams about 6 to 8 hours a day, and he'll play like 3 games in that span. And so he'll have like 12 series going on at a time. And it's not really a YouTube channel that you subscribe to. You just go to his channel, you find a playlist for a game you want to watch, and you watch the entirety of the game, right? And it works. It does really well for him. But when you're just playing one game, it don't work that way. Yeah, I mean, just put the whole thing up. YouTube saves your spot. You can just go back. And if you don't have time to watch the whole thing, then just speed up time. I don't mind if you listen to me at 2x speed. Now you're fighting off sleepiness? I mean, Dragon Man, you said that you were having a rough day mentally. Maybe it's a good napping day. Napping is healthy. Resets your brain. Catches you up. Maybe you need the rest. Unless you got somewhere to be in 20 minutes. Why not just go take a nap? Worried about this, Dwarf. Telling you. Anxious after discussing foraging behavior. Oh, this fort's gonna get way bigger. Trust me. Way bigger. Just the default starting size, yeah. The only part you agree with him in is that YouTube favors 20-minute videos. That's not necessarily true. YouTube favors videos that are getting traffic, and they favor videos with good watch time. I have videos that are meant to get into the algorithm and do well, and then I have videos that are meant to, say, archive or just listening, if you want that, right? The news videos are designed to get into the algorithm and do well in that respect. 1,420 alcohol. Wizards, what up? You know, like the news videos, there's a reason why they get thousands of views versus the rest of my stuff, right? Yeah, no, he streams a lot. His streams are super chill, too. I actually quite enjoy T-Pain's streams. He does, like, music writing. He plays Call of Duty. He plays Overwatch. He's played through both of the modern Doom games, 2016 and Eternal, on stream. He's played MMOs on and off. Like, it's really funny when he just gets drunk and rants about rappers. There was one time he was plastered on stream, and he was playing, I want to say it was Battlefield 5, I think. Anyway, his daughter walked in and was just like, "Dad, are you becoming a gamer?" He goes, "I've always been a gamer." And she goes, "When are you going to get a real job like Markiplier?" And he's just like, "That hurt." It's fucking funny, man. Technically, T-Pain's actually been in my chat because I want to say 2018 spring was around the time he started streaming, and Kit Boga was just blowing up at the time. T-Pain raided Kit Boga, and then Kit Boga, well, technically Kit didn't, but Kit Boga's mod at the time, who's a friend of mine, raided me with Kit Boga's channel. And T-Pain was lurking. So technically, T-Pain has about 10 tickets worth of lurk time on my channel. Right? Just kaboom, it's awesome. That's my favorite thing about Twitch. Like, I have many problems with Twitch. I got many problems with Twitch's community. I got many problems with a lot of the streamers on Twitch. I've got years of cynicism that have built up over my 7 years of doing this. But I love the fact that it makes the world a lot smaller. That's one thing I love about Twitch. It kind of brings everybody together in this weird way. Like the stream that Pokimane and did with AOC. Fucking entertaining. Just curious? Twitch has very similar problems to any entertainment-focused industry that is extremely competitive. And T-Pain ain't one. No, T-Pain's lovely. But Twitch is just like the music industry. It's just like the film industry. When you have people that are in positions of power that earned that position of power really quickly with the ability to make or break somebody else's career, and there's zero job security, you get people that have the ability to fake personalities and make them seem like people that they aren't, act differently than they would normally, and it makes it very easy to abuse positions of power. And that sort of stuff happens on Twitch a lot, unfortunately. Telling a story. What story are you telling? I'd like to know. In the mid-spring of 26, the dwarf Vinsati, Canyon Reigns, became the expedition leader of the Eternal Adventure of Time. Hulking is telling this story to nobody. Actually, no, someone's listening. Oh, yeah, Lump is listening to the story of how Vinsati, Canyon Reigns, became the expedition leader of the Eternal Adventure of Time in the year 26. But yeah, you know, that just kind of makes sense, right? Like, without being too specific, it's like, if you have the ability to make or break somebody's career in a world where there's no job security, that's highly competitive, where you're all competing for this technically similar audiences, manipulative people thrive in worlds like that. And manipulative personalities or people that have abusive tendencies thrive in that kind of environment. And it's terrifying. Like, no DF joke intended. It's genuinely just true. No, totally. I mean, there's small stories, you know, Zapdos, but, like, it's been really interesting, like, I mean, I keep going back to the fact that this little fortress right here, or not ours, but this hillocks right here, the mayor of this fortress was a dwarf I expelled like 40 years ago. Which is cool. But no, I mean, it's because of that tendency of some people. And, you know, like, these things have happened over the years. Various drama on Twitch and, you know, people going after certain people or people misbehaving and not being held accountable. There's enough of that that's just happened over the years organically that I'm kind of at a point now where largely I just pretend the rest of Twitch doesn't exist. Like, I've got my team who I trust and a very small group of friends around that. But the wider DF community, or not DF, the wider Twitch community, I do my best to hide from it. Because it's just, it can get really fucking dark really fucking quickly if you dig into it. And I don't like it. I used to, like 5-6 years ago, or 4 years ago, even 3 years, I used to try and meet as many people as possible, build as many network connections as possible, and make as many friends as possible because I figured that was the only way to do anything on Twitch. And to an extent, I wasn't wrong. And I still think that's kind of the case, but now I'm just at the point where, like, I just don't trust anybody that I don't know well. So unless I take the time to actually get to know you, I'm not going to really associate with you. You know? Because if I don't know you, then I don't trust you. No, totally. You can't imagine browsing Twitch and watching some random person. No, totally. I mean, I don't do that. Ludwig von Beethoven? I have no idea who that is. I mean, that's the only Ludwig I'm familiar with, so probably don't even know who you're talking about. Have to be playing a game you like, Caleb? I'm kind of with that. Yeah, exactly, right? Ludwig von Beethoven? Yeah, no idea who you're talking about, Conan. I, again, don't know who you're talking about. If there's a Twitch streamer named Ludwig, no idea whom you might be referring to. Also, the humans have arrived to trade, for it is early summer. I mean, okay. As far as I'm concerned, Pokemon's a noob on Twitch. She's part of this new generation of streamers that just goes poof over my head. Don't even fucking care that they exist. Her, XQC, fucking even Tyler 1 to an extent. That's new Twitch to me. I'm too old for this shit. I can't keep up with the popular crap that the kids are watching. So no fucking idea who you're talking about, frankly. Just outside of my realm of give a fuck. I mean, I know who Pokemon is, but kind of hard to not know who Pokemon is. Like, as far as I'm concerned, Lyric is still the biggest channel on Twitch, because that's, like, the era when I cared. Or rather, I would say Ninja would be the last big channel I really was curious to see what he was doing. Twitch is too new for you? I mean, as far as I'm concerned, the most important streamer is Man vs. Game, so. The good old OGs. Hobo has been reelected. Export of leather armor is prohibited. Good to know, Hobo. Who are you? Why are you upset? Jack Narek? Come on. I want to practice a craft. Glazing is your only craft? Let's give you weaving, leatherworking, and stone crafting. Dan's Gaming? You know, I've legitimately never watched Dan's Gaming. Like, I think I've maybe watched him for a total of 5 minutes. I shook Man vs. Game's hand once. But if I ever get, although my like main person on my bucket list of people that I need to meet for Twitch, but in order to actually meet him, I probably need to go to PAX Australia, is Excessive Profanity, Cody. I want to meet Cody before I fucking die. I need to shake that man's hand because I fucking love his broadcasts. I have a kind of a similar casting style that Dan has. I remember you used to use a lot of Dan's emotes. Although his old emotes were better. His new ones are blech. Not a fan of his new ones. I'm gonna sell a bunch of random plants. I've talked to Dan, like I've met him. He's just an old school streamer like a lot of us are. Like, you know, in a world where I've been streaming actively since 2014, I'm in I come from an era of Twitch where Twitch wasn't about making money. You streamed because it was a fun hobby. And the partners were lucky and they got to make money, but there was no affiliate program. Most non-partnered streamers didn't even have tip buttons. Like, when I started streaming, having alerts on your stream was a weird novelty. That's how long I've been at this. Like, having alerts pop up on your stream, like, I mean, I guess you could pay Night Dev for alerts if you really wanted, but who wanted to pay Night Dev? It depends on whether or not you give Arnold Schwarzenegger a gun. Because Arnie always has guns. And are we talking like Terminator Schwarzenegger? Predator Schwarzenegger? Like, it depends on which Schwarzenegger we're referring to here. I'd be keen to lean Schwartz, though, because he was on a lot more steroids than Dwayne. I would watch that pay-per-view, though. I think it's a legitimate, like, change the subject question. Buy an iron pick for all that food. Kindergarten cop Schwarzenegger, prime Schwarzenegger. What about twins Schwarzenegger? Then you get two. I think twins Schwarzenegger would win because then you'd have two. Hey, Silvertongue. What year is it? 91, I think? Yeah, midsummer. 91. 86 years old, this fort. We built a siege weaponry range today. That was today's project. You're just making me realize how few Schwarzenegger movies I've actually seen. It's one of those years. It's time to remake everything. All right. I need to go over to these. Oh, I've seen Total Recall, yeah. And the new Total Recall, actually. I've seen both Total Recalls. What? Needs one unused plant cloth. Just turn off all of those until I get plant cloth. Because apparently I don't have plant cloth, which is ridiculous. And probably also incorrect. Yeah, 338. We're probably just fighting over the bin. Seems like it. I don't need to fight you because I agree. The new one is terrible. Well, new one was watchable. It was fine, forgettable. Like, for example, I don't think I've seen Twins in its entirety. I've certainly seen bits and pieces. Doggy's just running around looking for the dwarf that wants to be their owner. None of them want to be their owner. How's Hot Cup of Tea doing? Like to dress well. Good to hear. Eric Shadowblade was also a dwarf that was very upset not long ago, but has very much sorted their head out. How's Hobo doing ever since becoming manager? Satisfied after improving counseling, empathy while being cried on by an unhappy citizen, satisfied after conducting a meeting in a very good setting, felt empathy being cried on, embarrassed wearing old clothing, blissful for dining in a good dining room, didn't feel anything after a lack of decent meals. Has an incredibly calm demeanor, never becomes angry, finds something humorous in every situation, no matter how serious or inappropriate. Never acts without prolonged deliberation. Also, never feels hatred to anyone or anything, is completely oblivious to the concept of neatness and will just leave his things strewn about without a care. Finds helping others very emotionally rewarding and is bashful. Prefers everyone live as harmoniously as possible and doesn't handle stress well. Tends to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. Seems like a good dwarf to have in charge, I'm not gonna lie. Is somewhat uncomfortable around those who appear unusual or live differently. Whispers when he's thinking about something and needs alcohol to get through the working day. I mean, Dumb and Dumber has that too. I'm upset that I've seen that movie, but... How old is Hobo? I wonder how many years you have left. 152. So Hobo could drop dead every spring. How about, Aripterus? 143 years old. Getting up there on Aripterus. Like another 6 years and Aripterus is going to be on the chopping block. Aripterus is the last dwarf from the original 7 that's left. The rest all either died relatively quickly. I think like three of them died in the first few years. And since then, it's been like a very long, drawn-out period of dwarves occasionally dying. Okay, serious question. Who the heck puts out a horror game after Halloween? That doesn't seem like a very wise release schedule. Your legacy will live on? Oh, fuck yeah, it will. I mean, you've made more clothing. Refresh my memory, Armor. How you been, man? Oh, same, shish kaboom. I'm more interested, Eurypterus? Yeah. You and Eurypterus had many kids, Zapdos. Aren't you the last person to ever have physically seen you? No, that would be our doctor. I think Axon? You died of thirst after the big crime smackdown when everybody went to prison. But yeah, no, have you ever played the vanilla game, Shushkaboom? There are dudes that are older than the world because time doesn't start at year 0. That's just when the calendar starts. Stuff happened before then. No, mandatory head caving in. So what happened was there was some dwarves that got put in prison, and then everybody else's heads got caved in. You got put into prison, and you were dying of thirst, so I tried to release you early so you could run and grab some alcohol. But before you got to the alcohol, you got your head caved in, and it was during the winter, and we didn't have any source of water yet. And I hadn't made a well because there's no aquifer on this map. And so you died of thirst while in prison after having your wounds tended to, which is very sad, actually. Kind of a massive bummer. Yeah, no, I understand that. It's obtuse. It's not hard, it's just obtuse. That's the biggest problem with DF. You did have a brutal end, yeah. The early days of Longdeath were tough before we became the trading superpower that we are now. I'll have a few dwarves that I'm kind of keeping an eye on. Jack Nurk's one of them. Although, like, by all accounts, this dwarf shouldn't be that stressed. Well, I can't tell you the exact amount of stress that they have, but it can't be that bad. Look at all the satisfied and happiness feels. And interested, and like ferocity being attacked probably by a buzzard of all fucking things. Grieved upon someone's death. Satisfied at work. Self-pity after lack of abstract thinking. But, like, in general, this dwarf's okay. It'd be great to take the rest of my life off and do nothing for the rest of my days. I agree. Kind of keeping an eye on what this dwarf's doing. Ansel's plant seeds need pigtail seeds. I mean, you should have pigtail seeds. Hello, Ruff. Greetings indeed. Hello. Was one of Krug Smash's videos where he went out into the world and found a random tablet in a cave. Okay, that wasn't a random tablet. He knew he was going to grab it. So I don't want to like totally ruin the veil on Krug Smash's videos. He very, 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 very heavily veils adventure mode to look way more interesting than it actually is. It's the reason It's the reason I don't stream adventure mode that often. Adventure mode videos that you see like that are very heavily edited. You might say that that was all by chance. It's not. He goes into Legends mode and reads about it, finds out where he can find the thing, and then pre-plans his route. And that's the only way that you really can play adventure mode. You need to have a goal going in and set out to do that thing. Adventure mode is actually rather hollow, and you have to try really hard to actually make it interesting, which is one of the reasons I don't generally stream it. Because it is interesting, it's just... it's difficult to make it that interesting. Sure, I mean... and you can do all that. Just realize that that's not stuff that happens in the game naturally. That's stuff that you as the player need to know to look for and how to find, and then go out of your way to do that thing. Like, yes, there's definitely events that have happened in Krug Smash videos that weren't planned. I mean, most of them aren't. But once you've played a lot of DF, you know how to contort those events into cool stories, right? Like, if you're new, those events will just kill you. Right? But if you know how to contort those events and know when to expect events like that, then you can twist it into a interesting narrative. Yeah, no, totally. Zapdos. I mean, I like being a tourist in adventure mode and visiting old forts and interesting locations in worlds that I've been spending a lot of time in. I think Krug Smash does a lot of very, very, very good work, and I consider him a friend. He does a lot of great stuff, and he supports me, and I support his work. But one thing that, like, sometimes I feel a little bad about is I see people getting very excited over a new Krug Smash video and be like, oh my god, look at this amazing event. But as somebody who plays a lot of the game and understands the game, I see through that veil, and I can tell when he's manipulating the game. And it just means he's played the game for a long time and knows how it works. But often he'll frame it in the, oh, this is just random luck. What he's actually doing is he's showing the possibilities that you can have with Dwarf Fortress and things that you can do in Dwarf Fortress. I just think that there's a lot of people who aren't that aware of how the game works that see those events and think that the game is feeding him all that information. In reality, it's like 40% the game and 60% his imagination being placed on the game. Because Dwarf Fortress gives you a narrative, yes, and it's very loose, and it's up to the player to kind of fill in the gaps if you have an active imagination and you're good at filling in those gaps, you can create incredible narratives. Like in Legends mode, I found a story about this one necromancer queen who reigned for about 300 years and systematically would get married, murder her husband, resurrect him as an undead zombie, put him in the military and send him off to war to fight the goblins, and had this army of undead ex-husbands. There was hundreds of them. She had hundreds of confirmed kills on legendary fated creature things. And it's like, that story sticks in my head and is amazing sounding. But it's only genuinely amazing if I retell it in a format that sounds like, oh, well, there was this necromancer queen who would murder her husbands. In the text, it just looked like, got married, plotted to murder X person, murdered X person. And then if you go into that person's history, it'll say that they then joined the military and went to war. And then you go back to the queen's history and read to the next one and rinse and repeat. In reality, it was probably a bug where the same event just kept repeating in World Gen, which can happen. But it comes off really fucking cool. Annual tribute. From the human faction, the Confederacy of Sport. That makes it a little bit more true to real life in a way. I mean, you have to extrapolate, right? Like, and you know, I've tried to convince other streamers of this, and like nobody fucking believes me. But at PAX, I was having a discussion with a group of people who I know who run a small and dedicated Grand Theft Auto role-playing server. And the person who runs it asked me why I was, like, literally just walked up to me and said, Greg, have you gone nuts? And I was just like, what are you talking about? She's like, you've been playing that weird fucking game that doesn't have graphics. Like, what's wrong with you? You're gonna kill your channel. I'm like, well, you do realize what I'm doing in Dwarf Fortress is almost identical to what you're doing in Grand Theft Auto. And she's like, how so? I'm like, well, you've just been talking to me for the last 20 minutes about how you're tired of streaming video games and just want to build a cohesive narrative for people to follow and enjoy. She goes, yeah, that's world building and role playing. I'm like, well, that's exactly what I'm doing. They didn't believe me. Let's see what the football hooligans brought me. Or not football. The Realms of Stone. Human civilization. They brought me 2 anvils and 2 iron picks. They're spoiling us. So fucking kind, man. It's a good thing that those Grand Theft Auto YouTubers haven't and role players haven't figured it out, because they'd fucking take over this shit. I like having this place to myself. It's nice. Good afternoon, Polking. Might as well check in on your dwarf. And to be clear, I'm not talking down on the stuff that Krug Smash does. The stuff he does is fucking brilliant. He's incredibly talented at storytelling, whether or not he'll admit it. But there are some times where I see people getting very excited about Dwarf Fortress's possibilities, not realizing how much of it is him contorting it. Why am I not seeing you now? I know you're here. There you are. Annoyed when caught in the rain, but satisfied at work. I was caught in the rain, and that is annoying. You've killed a buzzard. Happy dwarf. I'm not sure I see the connection, but fair enough. Happy dwarf is better than a dead dwarf, as they say. How are we doing on the clothing? We're powering through it. Yep. New icon. You like purple? I mean, we had enough people comment that it looked too close to the offline art because there wasn't enough colors, so well, it went and made me a background. It's also going to be used for something else, but Squug, you're dead. I'm sorry, man. The dwarven caravan has arrived to trade with us with goods created for the mountain homes. What, they made it more interesting? Huh. So they lied? Was a bit of a loose cannon anyway. Ironically, you murdered Euthyrus shortly before dying of old age. Although you were buried in the same tomb as your husband, Rhinestone, and we made you a statue in your honor. An iron statue of Squug. The point pillars of the bronze lamination of brilliance. This is an exceptional iron statue of Squug point pillars, the bronze lamination of brilliance. It's an exceptionally designed image of Squug point pillars, the bronze lamination of brilliance, the dwarf, and a pig, and a pigtail cloth in iron by Mikawa. Squug, the bronze lamination of brilliance, is raising the pigtail cloth. The artwork relates to the masterful pigtail cloth created by the dwarf Squug, the bronze lamination of brilliance for the eternal adventure of time at Longdeath in mid-autumn of 68. That's all the dwarves bringing crafts that we've made to be traded. I mean, fair enough. But yeah, no, it's Dwarf Fortress is very much a game about role-playing with yourself, essentially. Yeah, the Mecha Granny Pawn of you in RimWorld. That was one of the few, like, good memories I have of RimWorld, honestly. I am your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. There is much to share. Information has been added to civilizations and world info. What requests do you have of our merchants? All of the wood. I do every evening, as they say. Let's discuss what we were willing to offer for your craft store ship. A warrior's death. I mean, yeah, you did. You didn't want to die of your old feeble brain falling apart. A long time ago, too. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Rest in peace, Squug. Yeah, no, Dwarf Fortress is very much the ultimate make-your-own-fun game. And if you're good at that and enjoy those types of games, you'll be right at home with DF. I just hope that adventure mode gets more streamlined, because the one thing that Krugs really does hide is the clunkiness that is adventure mode. Like, he's even commented about it at the ends of his videos a couple times. Like, I want to say it was like it was at the beginning of the current series that he's doing, when he had that group of adventurers. Like, that whole thing, that is so abridged, it's not even funny. Like, it's not even representative of DF. Like, it's very different from what actual gameplay would look like. Like, he's basically taking a screenshot every 15 seconds and cutting it together. I mean, Paradox, like, I always say this. It's like, if you enjoy Paradox games, you'll love Dwarf Fortress. It's almost the exact same appeal. Obtuse, replayable, deep, a little bit different. It's different enough every time that it remains interesting, while at the same time being similar enough that it's possible to learn it and master it. Interrupted by a Kia. Frickin' Kia's attacking. Time to turn the military on to murder those bloody birds before they get close to us. Not a lot, RSG. How's your day been? How's your week been? How's your month been? How was Halloween? Stay safe tomorrow, yeah? It's still very clunky. I'm just hoping that the Steam version makes it even less clunky. And I hope that the Steam version condenses the UI. Because, like, everybody's very excited to see how the Fortress mode UI. I want to see the adventure mode UI. Been all right? Uneventful? Gotcha. The boredom apocalypse, really. You can never get past your first were creature attack. You have so much trouble trying to segregate bitten dwarves that you don't feel like playing it anymore. I mean, how about this? Go into your options, turn off were creatures, and then enjoy DF. It's not cheating, just turning off a feature you don't like. Problem solved. Anyone who's been bitten? It's difficult trying to figure out who's been bitten, I think, is the problem from Kmart. Also, thanks for lurks, by the way. Cheers. That too. They do come back. Yeah, you can totally just turn shit off in DF. If you don't like a mechanic, just turn it off. DF is malleable and customizable. It's very easy to do that too. I think it's just an option in Lazy Noob Pack if you have that installed, but you have to go into the init files to turn it off. How the modding scene will blow up on Steam? I mean, there's already a modding scene for DF, but the mods are... I mean, talk to Quatch about modding DF. Quatch knows a lot about modding DF. But it's very much going to be a... There will be a lot more public exposure to the mods, which is a positive and a negative. Like, there very much is a modding scene that's very active for DF. It's just very niche. Not a lot of people download or use the mods, but they're there. They exist. More tools than modding? Oh, modding. I mean, the biggest mod is the Long Night mod, right? That and... Well, overhaul mod is Long Night. Biggest mod is Masterwork. I don't like Masterwork. Like, I reinstalled Extra. I reinstalled Masterwork recently. I don't like how it changes the game. It's not Dwarf Fortress. Changes the mechanics too drastically and changes how too many things are tracked. Frame rate's real bad right now because these Kias are dive bombing me. Once the Kias are gone, frame rate will come back. Like, it's a neat novelty, in my opinion, but there's a lot of people, I think, that just install Masterwork Dwarf Fortress thinking that it's just normal-ass Dwarf Fortress. but the way that it like improves frame rate and condenses the game, I really don't like. It removes a lot of the depth in a lot of ways in exchange for frames, and I'm like, I'd rather have a laggy game that there's a Kia panicking around my kids. Oh no! The dwarven child punches the Kia in the head with the right hand and the artery explodes. Go kid. Get him. Fuck yeah. Vince, Sadie, and Aegis are just beating the shit out of this Kia. Come on, guys. Do it. Punch him to pieces. The naturalist hacks the Kia in the head with a copper battle axe, and the severed part sails off in an arc. Excellent. I mean, Long Night is just Dwarf Fortress with a lot of items added and renamed. It's still basically just Dwarf Fortress with some mechanics change. Like, if you can play Dwarf Fortress, you can play Long Night without too much issue. Like, there's certainly going to be moments where you're just like, huh? I mean, do you want to do nothing for 10 years and wait for Cody to rewrite the game, or do you want more content extra? I want more content. As long as it was after the Magic release? Okay, so we're talking 15 years. Let's worry about it then. Let's worry about that after the Magic release. This is why, like, when people always bring that up, I just fucking roll my eyes. What, the multi-threading stuff? Zap? No, I agree. I mean, like, what the fuck's the point of talking about it? Some things just aren't gonna happen, so why bother? You know, ooh, Omnivore. The Metal Crafter, help save me! How fragile we are! No! Are you guys okay? Yeah, they're fine. It's just the murder of birdies is scary. It's a fun meme. As somebody who is in a position with an audience, memes that are based on things that you've done incorrectly or deemed wrong by the audience is unfair to the creators, so I will not agree with you that it's a fun meme. It's not a fun meme, it sucks. Right? Because as somebody who's talked to Tarn twice, and met him in person, and talked to him about it, I really would not want to hear that every day. I would get really annoyed by having demands that are more or less uncompletable. And that's what it is, you know, it's a meme, it's a joke, sure, but it's a joke based in reality. And for every 10 people I see make that joke in my chat, there's another 10 people that are genuinely serious, angry, and pissed that Tarn hasn't tripled the size of the team with a bunch of programmers in India paying them 18 cents an hour to rewrite the whole code, right? So for every person that makes the joke, there's another person that's going around being deadly serious about it that's genuinely pissed off. So I don't necessarily agree that it's a funny joke. Trade. Gave him an artifact in there, no idea what it was. Don't really care. Just trying to clear this stuff out. Yeah, also there are people who meme it, and then there are people who... Yeah, this boring topic, right? Then there are people who meme it, and then there are people who just, like, don't understand programming. They're just like, oh, they're remaking the whole game anyway for Steam, so why don't they just make it this way? It's like, what the fuck, dude? It's a premium graphics set and a new UX. That's not a remake of the whole fucking game, you dimwit. Hi, Clino. How are you? I counted 4 articles since the Steam version was announced that were basically worded, Dwarf Fortress Remake, Pog. You fucking morons. I don't need it worse, yeah. God, these fucking Kias. My neighbors keep setting off fireworks. Guys, Halloween was 2 fucking days ago. Fuck off, Christ almighty. You know, actually, let's turn you off. And then let's go down to... Oh, did you change your name? Hello, Gra and friends. How are we? I think I know who that is. We're getting inundated with Caves of Cud peoples. Hello, friends. Hide the booze. I mean, we got plenty to go around. I got 1,181 booze. I think we're fine. Hide the good silver, though, and hide the artifacts and the coins. Interrupted by Kia. Yeah, well. Those 2020 Kias are hell of a car, let me tell you. What's up, Gra? How's things? Who does fireworks for Halloween? Every human being in Canada, apparently. So it was a fucking war zone up here 2 nights ago. Like, literally, like, every 3 to 5 seconds, pop, pop, pop. Doesn't help that Diwali's about to fucking happen, too, so this is going to continue until November's done. But, welcome, everybody. I hope that Gra had a good stream today. Modified Krug Smash tile set, but yes. Customized. Cooler customized it for me. This is currently laggy because of stupid birds. Fortress that I'm trying to keep alive for 1,000 years. Currently, we're on year 91. We started on year 5. Zanhawk, thanks for the subscription. Cheers. Which means we are 8.5%, 6% done. And SOS with the Prime resub. That just happened. Also, nice emotes, Gra. Cheers. You brought witchwood bark? I mean, we could use some, frankly. I wonder if witchwood bark is any good for getting over hangovers. Got class? We'll see you later, Polking. Focus on class, yo. But yeah, I use this tile set because people are used to looking at it. Primarily. But just as a little overview of the whole fort. It's a big old pit in the ground. You got a tower that goes up kind of high with bees in it. Because that's what you do with towers. You put bees in it so they don't sting your animals. And then we got these walls. Goes down, 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 down. We got some structures at the base of it, which is where most of my dwarves hang out. Then down beneath it, we have our some storage, and up at the top, we have our temple. And then we have our terracotta army made of lead soldiers, because I have way too many lead bars. And then our nice little maze, which we sacrificed a Cyclops to 2 Ettins in it. They fought gloriously, and although the Cyclops managed to bite 2 fingers off of one of the Ettins and a toe off the other Ettin, I guess they just kept like punching and kicking it. Also, today we built this, which is a catapult and ballista range for funsies. We're basically the trade hub of the world, so everybody trades with us. This is our emergency, oh god, bad things are up above bunker, which we hide in case of emergencies. We haven't needed it yet, and this is our drainage for our artificial waterfall. We haven't gone into any caverns or deep or anything fancy. We're just running and managing the surface. For the sake of frame rate. And hopefully frame rate improves again after the traders leave. Although there's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Kias left. Hopefully they're not the 4-wheel drive models. Yeah, that's why I have none. Angry Crabman. I mean, minecarts are very effective weapons. Also, if one more person resubs, that's a hype train. Just saying. But, yeah, no, minecarts are very much... I mean, have you ever been hit by a minecart going at almost the speed of light? Because they're dangerous. Very dangerous. And they hurt. Thank you very much for gifting a sub, Zenhawk. Cheers. Pot champ? I mean, that's the Canadian version of the emote. It's very much the Canadian version of that emote. Or the Californian, whichever you prefer. Well, welcome to the stream. Hi. To those of you who piled in from, what is the frame rate? Probably about 15. There you go. Thanks, Hobo. Cheers, man. The frames are pretty bad, and the reason they're bad is because there's Kias attacking. When there's a trade caravan and Kias attacking, it hurts the frame rate because they're trying to path around in the sky. And that's dangerous because they can go anywhere. And then they're like interrupting and interacting with things running around on the ground and trying to take items away, and my soldiers are trying to path to kill them, and it's just a bag of wings is what it is. Once the traders leave, it'll quintuple and we'll go back up to full frame rate. But thanks for the hype train, little random sub train there. And Zenhawk, thank you very much for gifting a subscription. Cheers, man. Yeah, see, there you go. Frame rate just took off again. Fucking magic. Because I think we killed the last one, actually. Yeah, Hammer Dwarf bashes the Kia in the left foot. Thanks for the 100 bits, Dala. Cheers. Hobo with the 666 bits. 5, 4,
666, the number of the beast. Sacrifice is going on tonight.
And yes, that is Hobo singing. It's his beautiful voice. His wonderful voice. Can I get a round of applause for Hobo's beautiful cover? Yo, Hobo, how nicely do I need to ask you to make covers of running in the 90s and Deja Vu and all that stuff?
Here is some bones.
Thanks for the bones. Cheers, Dragon Man. But yeah, I think we killed the last of the birds because the frame rate just kicked back into mainstream gear. But to those of you coming in from the raid, I stream a lot of Dwarf Fortress, like an unhealthy amount of Dwarf Fortress. But I also play traditional roguelikes and games I find interesting. Like, I've put a good amount of time into Caves of Cud. I've been streaming Brogue on and off recently. Play a lot of Jupiter Hell, especially when there's updates to that. Let me know which ones. I mean, running in the 90s. Fan of Endless Space. Music, yeah. When I streamed it, people just got mad at me for not streaming Stellaris, so eventually I just kind of stopped streaming it. So I got annoyed with people saying, why aren't you just streaming Stellaris, streamer? I'm like, because I don't play Stellaris. But I like the Endless Space music. I also love Endless Legends music. Also love Dungeon of the Endless's music. Until you see them when you close your eyes. Well, right now, 90 and 91 bits are Deja Vu and running in the 90s, but I don't know. Should probably swap those up for something else. On a collabo event. So you can try them out tomorrow. Fair enough. You do what you gotta do. Hobos plays waifu collectors. He's one of those. That's not possible, Zenhawk. Impossible to play too much DF. Let me just be completely blunt with you. That's a complete farce. Do not ever convince yourself that you can play too much of a free game. I'm really ready for these traders to leave because they're breaking my frames right now. You're ruining my pace. But if you guys want to see some of the stuff that I do in DF, I also make little lore videos over on YouTube. All of my VODs that are worth keeping are exported to that YouTube channel as well. So there's a lot of back content. Like every single VOD from this, see now, there goes the frame rate again. Every single VOD from this particular fortress is up on YouTube, so you can watch it evolve over the like 31 streams I have up on Twitch. My Halloween special for it's all up. There's like 30 something lore videos from various forts that I've put up. I also do news stuff on DF. Little move is gonna set us back 14 years, right? Not quite, though. I mean, frame rate's back now. We're back up to 50 something. Probably like 50. We sit at pretty stable 55 frames. I mean, considering the size of this fort, that's not bad. I'm working on one. I'll have you one by Saturday. Did that finish it? Oh my god, really? 99? That's... Quick, somebody cheer 1 bit. There you go. Kept it alive. Kept it going. I'm out of water. This is a problem. I'm also out of coffee. Also a problem. So close, right? Question is, does that keep it alive or does it still die? Nope. Another 5 minutes. There you go. Level 1 completed. If you finish level 1, I'll gift a sub. That's my promise to you, chat. Not that like it'll save you money or anything, but like that's a thank you in advance. Actually, how about this? If you finish that level of the hype train, we'll play Caves of Cud for after hours. Which means in about 30 to 40 minutes, we'll switch to Caves of Cud. Otherwise, I don't know. I'll play Broke or something. I need
Less than
cloth.
last of my bitties.
Last of my biddies. Well, that's what Hobo's got. Thanks for the 179, Hobo. What was that? 1,500? I think. Speed counting. Thanks, man. Well, we're almost finished all of our cloth stuff, but they're like fighting over them from the bins, which is fine. Fatality. 47 bits from Omnivore. Cheers, man. Thanks for the almost 2 quarters. Needs 1 unused collected plant thread. Well, at least we're powering through the last of those socks. All you've had for a year now. Wish you had more. Hey, Omnivore, I'll tell you this. Fucking bits are expensive. Don't feel bad. Like, I almost never buy bits. I want to say it was the second TwitchCon I went to. I actually won. It was like 5,000 bits or something in a draw. I think that was the most bits I've ever had on my account at once. I came home and just was like dripping them into my friend's chat 1 bit at a time. For like an hour. He's like, what are you doing? I'm like, I don't know. I have money to use. I don't know what to do with it. Let's turn off the military and just go back to their thing. I made those $50 in bits last, okay? Thanks, Zapdos. Cheers, man. And thank you for the 91 cents, Zap. You found my secret sound. Oh, that's not so secret. I kind of stated it earlier. This is one of the only original 7 dwarves left. Got 1 minute left. I have a ghost. What the fuck? Who's that? Hold on. Was Squug not buried? Hey, Maz, what's up? Apparently Squug wasn't buried. Bastard came back to haunt me. What a twit. Thanks for the 59 cents. That. That's all good. Thanks for the hype train, guys. I mean, that's what that was, 59 cents. Actually, it was 47 cents, 50 cents, 91 cents, and 59 cents. Those add up. Got provisions. Someone should come get that corpse. There we are. Thanks, Hobo, for the 1,545 bits. Zapdos with the 200. And Zenhawk, thank you very much for gifting a subscription. Here's everybody. The ghostly wizard has been laid to rest, finally. Yeah, now the interesting thing about this fortress is we have whole families that are in the fortress. Generally in Dwarf Fortress, you only have like 1 or 2 dwarves from a particular family in the fort. But in this, it's like the entire parents, grandparents, aunts, uncles, everybody's all in the same fort because they're all related. Fortunately, we haven't had much into breeding yet. Is that a graveyard? Well, these are just random statues. They're just lead statues that I've made. They're all the exact same statue of a dwarf holding a spear admiring it. They're my terracotta army. These are all the coffins. So these little rooms along the edge are all the dwarves that have died. Those little square rooms. The ones with 2 coffins were married couples. Were buried together. And then down here is my little maze. With the corpse of a, well, on a green glass pedestal, the corpse of a one-eyed giant in the middle of it. And then 2 caged Ettins ready to be released at any moment with the pull of a lever. Into the maze, of course. Yeah, we've been here for a little bit. I think it's time to play with our new hobby for a little bit. Let's forbid that. Yeah. Here, I'll show you. Lead statue. Let's say make 30. I don't know how much lead I have. Probably enough. Then you hit capital, or not capital D, just D for details. Press enter. Do you want an image of a historical figure related to a site, or existing image, or specify new image? Let's go to existing image. And we'll go down to... this artwork is the image of a dwarf in a spear. The dwarf is admiring the spear. The dwarf is striking a triumphant pose. This artwork was commissioned by the Eternal Adventure of Time, a local dwarven government. It's called the Eternal Spear. Now they make 30 statues of the Eternal Spear. And that's what all of my statues are. I had a baron in this fort for a bit who refused to let me make or export scepters. So instead, I just made figurines of that dwarf. So there's like easily 5,000 or 6,000 figurines of a dwarf named Tapioca circulating in this world's economy somewhere. Easily. Probably more. Fire at will. You know. I mean, we don't really need weapons. We're not at war with anybody. At some point, I'm going to put a whole bunch of pigs in here. And we're going to just throw rocks at them. Because we're good people. Oh no. Apostle? Okay. You don't want to go down there. That's where the boulders fall. Yep, catapult target range. I mean, I have 3 ballistas at the bottom. They take too long to reload, though. Catapults are much easier to reload and give the same positive moods. Feels pleasure remembering a sparring session. I don't seem to get any real thoughts out of doing this. I wonder what your catapulting skill is. None. Here's the thing. Catapults, no, they will fly through them, but when they hit the wall and fall down here, that can cause friendly fire. Because it's considered, it stops being a projectile when it hits the wall, and then when it falls, that can hit them. I've had it happen. It can happen. Ballistas, no, but catapults, yes. So the arrow, when they're flying through the air, can definitely hit you. Catapults, no. Yeah, it's great. Because it becomes a boulder when it hits the wall. It stops being a projectile and becomes a boulder. When it becomes a boulder and it falls, it can crush them. I mean, they can get happy moods being near a fine catapult. This is oddly amusing to watch. I mean, the one that always gets me is the Masterwork Road. It's like high quality roads make certain dwarves really happy when they see them. They're like, that is a fine road. It's like, fine road? Or highway or the highway? Winter is upon us. Good to know that winter's up above and not down below. Although I never, ever, ever make roads. I always just make floors. And the reason is dwarves flicker when they're on top of roads and they don't on floors. And I find that really annoying. So I just don't ever make them. Feels pleasure near a fine seat. Shish kaboom. High quality highway. Yeah, exactly. See, I only ever make low quality low ways. South Carolina has none of those. You know, it's really funny going down to PAX West and then coming back from PAX West as a Canadian because roads are way fucking louder in the States and way fucking bumpier. And it's like going from getting a butt massage to just like sailing on air when you drive across the border back into Canada. Like sitting in my friend's car driving down to PAX, it's like bzzz on the American highways. And then on the Canadian highways, it's like, like night and day. Australia has no fine roads. No Fine Roads, by the way, is my new indie pop band. It's completely state by state. I just assume that all American roads are garbage. That's them socialisms. Fuck yeah, socialism. Make nicer roads and you don't need to repair them as often. Never think of that. Like every time I'm in Seattle, they're doing work on their highways and it's like, make better the first time, you dumbs. I think if America made all of their highways out of Lego, they would probably be less bumpy. Like bricks up. Bricks up, Buttercup. Then there wouldn't be gerbs. Speaking of gerbs, did you see the pumpkin I made for Halloween? Userin? It wasn't intentional. I accidentally made a Canadian pumpkin. I can do better than Link. It was a very small pumpkin, so it was hard to carve. I was just kind of looking at it later. I'm like, huh. All right. Technically, I could have made two, but I ate the other ones, so. Not your guy, buddy. Or I'm not your guy, friend. I don't want to ever know what Guy Honey is. That sounds like something that would be in Nobi Nobi Boy sequel. Boy Honey. The first Strand game, in fact. Very TOS? Oh, it's only TOS if you show it. As long as you just leave something to the imagination, it's fine. Like, I can't show you my feet, but I could talk to you about my feet. Do you know that showing bare feet on Twitch is against TOS? Like, what? Anyway. It's a bit odd. Yep, if it has socks on, it's fine, though. Not that it'll ever actually get enforced. But it's a thing. I was planning on doing a short stream today. God damn you. Big label's gonna DMCA your feets? Nike's gonna be like, those feet are too big. I no make shoe for that. Hide it from the internet. I don't know, Nike probably makes pretty big shoes. I don't know, I'm not into shoes at all, so what the fuck do I know? Like, I've bought like 3 pairs of shoes in the last 8 years. Why are you upset? Molly Spokes. Practice craft, okay. Oh, you've got woodcrafting, that's your problem. You shouldn't be wearing old clothing, we've made enough. What do you want for meals? Oh, you want to eat fish. That would do it. We're not fishing. Frustrated after not being able to take it easy. Isn't that what you're doing literally right now, Dwarf? But if you're going to kink shame someone, because kink shaming is your kink, we had this discussion before, then you have to ask for consent to kink shame somebody's kink if that is your kink. Otherwise, well, it gets complicated. Jack Narek is throwing a tantrum. Do I have... Don't actually have a dungeon master right now. Hobo, you can have the job. Because you're the mayor. Still tantruming. Make sure you don't go on the internet. Eh. Also, how you doing today, Pawns? Let's see, did you actually commit any crimes? We did. Jack Narek, 3 counts of vandalism, 1 count of building destruction. See what your sentence is, Jack Narek III. 29 days in prison and a beating. Well, fingers crossed you don't go die. Means Hobo's coming to beat your ass. Prison and possible death, yes. Ow! That looked like it hurt. Clean out the blood around them before they... Head is torn open. Ooh, that might be death. Pink Fluffy beat the shit out of him. Captain of the Guard punches the brewer in the right eyelid with his right hand, bruising the skin. Ouch. Somebody coming to recover the wounded? Hope so. Yeah, we got a dwarf coming to recover the wounded. Hospital's right there. Yep, he died. Yeah, that's brutal. When they hit them in the head, that's... Apologies, Jack Narek. You went too young. You didn't deserve that. Ponce, allow me to introduce you to Dwarven policing. Makes US look tame. Guy punches somebody in the head. Okay, cave their face in. Dwarven policing needs reform. Is what I'm saying. It's effective, but God. Welcome to Dwarf Fortress. Very brutal. Like, this is the combat log of what they did to him for knocking over a statue and punching somebody in a doorway. Captain of the Guard stabs. Wait, no, that's a buzzard. Ah, there we go. Where does it start? Captain of the Guard kicks the brewer in the left eyelid with his right foot, bruising the skin through the pigtail cloak. The force pulls the head, tearing apart the skin, bruising the fat, and tearing apart the upper spine's nervous tissue. A tendon in the upper spine has been torn, and the Captain of the Guard has... the Captain of the Guard scratches the brewer in the left eyelid, tearing the skin through the pigtail cloak. Force bends the head, tearing apart the skin. Captain of the Guard punches the brewer in the right upper arm with his left hand, bruising the bone through the pigtail cloak. The Force bends the right shoulder. The Captain of the Guard kicks the brewer in the head with his left foot. Jesus! The spine's been torn after crunching the neck. A tendon in the upper spine has been torn. Captain of the Guard punches the brewer in the upper leg, breaking it, basically. The Captain of the Guard punches the brewer in the left lower arm with his left hand, bruising the skin. And as if that wasn't enough, the Captain of the Guard then goes to punch the brewer in the lower body with his left hand. The attack is deflected by the brewer's iron greaves. Captain of the Guard punches the brewer in the left upper arm. And this is tame. He doesn't even have a weapon. He's just punching him. Captain of the Guard punches him in the upper right eyelid. He's basically just punching him in the face. If you punched him anywhere else in the body, he probably would have survived. But Voozle Voozle's coming to dispose of the body. And some people want this game to have graphics. Sorry, Jack Nurk. Someone's pondering red rocks. Well, Shin the Red Rocks is one of the more popular gods in the fortress, so they're probably praying to red rocks. But Hot Cup of Tea is pondering scraping. The surgical method of scraping. I wonder how pondering the surgical method of scraping makes you feel. Delighted, remembering putting on a truly splendid item. Okay, well, didn't feel anything after lying at these meals. Felt doubt after pondering scraping. But is continuing to ponder scraping. Speaking of pondering scraping, we should make some choirs. It's been a while since I've done that. Make some more books. Write some books about scraping, maybe. A treatise on what? Societies is a masterful granite-bound codex by Bastet. The written portion consists of a one-page manual entitled A Treatise on Animal Societies, authored by Animal. Figures. It concerns the social behavior of creatures. Prose is amateurish at best. Who doesn't like a book that is amateurish at best? Apparently I'm finally out of hides. Close that. Made plenty of shoes. We're gonna have so much clothing to trade away. Now we're making choirs, and hopefully my dwarves can go write some more books and we can bind them later. Trying to think what I want to do for After Hours. I don't quite have the brain power to play CUD. Trying to figure out what I want to do for after hours. Oh, hey. The Jupiter Hell hotfix today. What's that? Oh, right. Yeah, they fixed a bunch of perks. Zapdos, thanks for gifting a subscription to Userin. Welcome back, Userin. Cheers. Yeah, can I get a proper round of beers for Zapdos filling up that gift sub leaderboard for today? There's 3 up there now. Cheers, man. Thanks for helping me stay funded. Beer away. All right, I think that's been a good stretch of DF for the day, because that's about 6 hours of dwarfs. We have a new era, as our mayor died. We have a new mayor. Had some new children born in the fort. A few migrants. A few crimes got committed. We killed a bunch of birds. It was a pretty good time overall. The 39,762 identical statues in that room, indeed. So, I think that's it for DF for the day. I do want to stream a little longer, though, because I've only been live for 7 hours and 40 minutes. I have to go for another 2 or 3. So I'm going to give you guys kind of a few options for an evening game today. I'll just let you guys vote. So if you give me a moment,